Are you guys ready?
Good.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Oh, hold on. I need to wait for Michael. Michael, you ready?
She's calling now.
Okay,
We are taking the sheriff live. Sheriff, we are taking it live.
Okay, all right. You ready to go? Okay, if everybody's ready, I'll go ahead and get started again. You all know I'm Hernando County Sheriff Al Nienhuis, and since around noon yesterday, we've been looking for JJ. This is a picture of JJ. Unfortunately, we have not had anything really to update you on, other than the fact that at this moment, we probably have about 75 to 100 law enforcement professionals from Citrus County, from Sumter County, from U.S. Marshal Service, from I can't even name all the agencies, and we're doing a very, very tight line search in the area surrounding the house, in the woods surrounding the house, probably a half a mile or more in each direction around the house itself. We do have a lot of volunteers that we're trying to sign up. Obviously, this is a very labor-intensive ordeal for us. Overnight, we did have the helicopter out with the FLIR. We didn't see anything. My major case detectives are running down any leads we're getting. But what I would like to get out to the public is that we have this app available to us. It's a free app. It's called Map My Track. And if you download that app and you do any searching on your own, if you go to a park and look around, because again, we don't know what happened to JJ, and God forbid something bad happened to him, if somebody does happen to find some evidence or anything, they can do that Map My Track and email it to the Hernando County Sheriff's Office at findjj, FINDJJ, at hernandosheriff.org, and they can email that track to us and let us know where they've searched, if they've searched their own property or they've gone to parks or trails in the forest, and can let us know that they've been there and haven't seen anything. That will be a great investigative tool for us as we expand the search out. We can avoid those places that have already been searched and try to focus on those that have not been searched. Right now, we're asking our volunteers, because we have so many people searching, law enforcement searching, we're asking our volunteers that are coming here to hand out these flyers to businesses in the Hernando County area and get those out just in case somebody has not seen a picture of JJ and isn't aware that he might be missing. We do have leads that have come in overnight, not a whole lot of them, but fortunately they're probably going to be pretty easy to track down and check video to see if the child that was seen was in fact JJ or had any appearance of JJ. We're waiting for several dive teams to come as we speak. As soon as it gets a little lighter, we have a few, at least one cadaver dog from Pasco County that we've used to look in over some of the ponds to see if we can again narrow down the search. But I've got to tell you, we are not ruling anything out. We don't have any indication as of a few minutes ago of any foul play, but of course that could change at a moment's notice. And of course, if we find anything, we will update you as soon as possible. I don't think I can answer a whole lot of questions, but I'll be happy to take a couple.
FDC is here, Florida Department of Corrections. Is it pretty typical that they are part of one of these searches?
Yeah, Florida Department of Corrections, listen, when there's a 2-year-old missing, everybody comes out. And Florida Department of Corrections, they actually have several bloodhounds that they use for tracking escapees that work great in this situation, tracking and finding a missing child. They also have actual officers that are out here helping us with the grid search. As I said, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. We even have and one of the biggest reasons we want to use law enforcement in the general vicinity of where the child actually went missing is we have some technology coming in from the U.S. Marshal Service, and we want to be able to get people out of the area as quick at a moment's notice so that we can check it with some of that technology and then get the searchers back in. Unfortunately, when you're dealing with volunteers, it's a lot harder to keep track of them, and that's why we're going to use this application and email it to us, so as the next hours and days go on, we're going to know where people have looked, even on their own. And even if somebody does their own property, if they have a large piece of property and want to email us where they've actually searched on their own property, particularly if it's in this area, we would certainly appreciate that.
Sheriff, talk to us about this turnout. This is a large community effort we're seeing out here this morning.
Yeah, again, when you have a 2-year-old, you can't help but think of your own child or your own grandchild or your niece or your nephew, and people want to help. And we certainly appreciate that, and we don't want to discourage that, but we also don't want that help to interfere with what we're able to do, you know, with the dogs and FLIR and different type of technology. But yeah, it's heartwarming to say the least. It really is.
You're asking people for background checks. Can you talk about why you want to have background checks?
We like to make sure, because we may send 2 or 3 people out at the same time together, and you may not know the person you're searching with, so we want to at least do a little bit of effort to make sure that if we're sending you to search with another person, the person's not wanted or doesn't have a major criminal history.
Sheriff, have an area of where he may have, a path that he may have taken?
No, we've been, again, the dogs have given us a little bit of indication, but it's certainly nothing that we're banking on. And unfortunately, the last time he was seen was about at least 20 minutes, and all these timetables are obviously very up for change as we get more information. But the last time he was seen, we believe, was about 10:40. The mother discovered him missing. What she says is 11 o'clock, but didn't call us until 12 o'clock. So we're talking probably at least an hour and a half from the time he was discovered, last seen rather, till we were called. So it's given us it's a challenge, to say the least.
Sheriff, what has your communication thus far been like with his mom and with his family?
What's that now?
What has your communication been like?
Well, they've been cooperative so far. Everything, we have no indication again that we have any special concerns, but again, we don't rule anything out. We certainly don't want to jump to any conclusions. We try to follow the hottest leads first, and then just keep chugging through those leads as they come in. So again, if anybody sees anything that they thought was unusual, or if they have any family member that's acting unusual, particularly somebody that might have been in this area that doesn't have their whereabouts accounted for around noontime or a little before noon yesterday, give us a call. We'd like to come talk to them and rule them out as a suspect, because right now we certainly are not turning away any help we can get. So.
Are his parents out here involved in the search at all?
I'm sorry?
Are his parents out here involved?
The parents are staying near the command post, and we're talking to them on a very regular basis. So.
You said this was a tough area to search because it's heavily wooded. Talk to us kind of about that and what it's like out there.
Well, it's a rural area, a lot of fence lines, a lot of animals. There's cattle and donkey. There's a donkey real close to the house, and so that makes it a challenge to just. It's not like walking through a veterans park looking for somebody. It's a very difficult place to search. It's also, we find it a little difficult that JJ would have went too far because again, he's less than 3 years old, and the information we have is that he was barefoot. So even if he's used to being outside, he's probably not going to go a great distance. But we're not assuming anything. So, all right. Thank you all. If you could get the email out, find JJ at hernandosheriff.org and get out that app, Map My Tracks. And it should come up as the first one when you search it in your Play Store. So thank you all very much. We appreciate it.
Thanks for holding for us. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Hello there, folks. JB here with you live on WFLA Now. We're launching our live streaming coverage across all platforms this morning. You're looking here on the right side of your screen at missing 2-year-old JJ Rowland. We do have some information to report as far as what is complicated search efforts this morning from the air. There were overnight search efforts on behalf of the Hernando County Sheriff's Office using infrared cameras mounted on their law enforcement helicopters. Our helicopter, Eagle 8 HD, is grounded for the time being due to a fog that has settled in over the Tampa Bay area, including the search area in Brooksville. We can show you our ground shot. This is at the Marathon gas station there in North Brooksville, and you can see behind our reporter, Beth Russo, that there's a lot of volunteers that are now just showing up, a lot of media that is arriving at the scene, and now an enormous law enforcement contingent that is at the scene looking for JJ. There is a volunteer effort at that Marathon gas station. That's kind of the starting point for a lot of volunteers, and now they are using an app, Map My Tracks. We're going to do a little more research into just how that works and how people can participate, but volunteers are now getting involved in the effort, even though, of course, there's already been an enormous law enforcement effort from multiple counties, descending on Hernando County yesterday and now into this morning to join in the search for JJ. With there being so much ground covered over the course of the last, 20, not even 24 hours, the last 18 hours or so, they're searching by air, searching by ground, but you heard there Hernando County Sheriff Alan Nienhuis say that there was a Citrus County dive team that was there yesterday, but now more dive teams are coming in today. A discovery from a dive team, of course, would be extraordinarily grim and difficult news, given, of course, how long JJ has now been missing. Again, for those of you just joining us and just logging in here on social media, you see that we've activated Share to Help. We're trying to get the word out as much as possible, but if you're on the ground in Brooksville, if you're on the ground in Hernando County, this is the top priority right now for law enforcement and for the community. Finding Joshua JJ Rowland, last seen around a little bit before 11 a.m. yesterday when a reliable witness saw him playing outside of his house with the dogs. And we know that this is the last time he was seen because when he was initially reported missing, it was because a caretaker, dozed off. And while JJ's parent was asleep, that was when JJ disappeared. The family searched for a period of roughly an hour, and that around noon yesterday is when law enforcement was notified. And since then, it has been a frantic and urgent search effort on behalf of neighbors, on behalf of law enforcement, and on behalf of the family to find where JJ might have went. They have used dive teams. They have used helicopters. They have used drones. They have used officers on horseback. They have used canines. The canines did pick up on a scent, but they don't know how reliable that scent was. And of course, it can be difficult with canines to get the general idea. I want to show everybody just what is going on right now outside in Brooksville. This is absolutely wild, this scene. This is law enforcement. This is community members, also likely combined with the morning commute. But this is just an enormous amount of attention being paid to North Brooksville, where folks are doing everything that they can to join in on the search for JJ. Again, Eagle 8 HD will be in the air at some point this morning. We are waiting for the fog to lift so that we can get a better idea as to what is going on the ground. Here we have members of the community, just good folks in Brooksville, good folks in Hernando. Let's see if we can listen in. It looks like they're listening to an announcement, or no, they're standing in line. Let's listen in.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I'm ready.
That's a little bit of what's going on right now on the ground. Again, Eagle 8 HD will be in the air here in a little bit. We are waiting for the fog to clear. And while it might look clear from this perspective, the fog is difficult from a chopper perspective right now, we've been told. From the air, you just cannot see very much as a result of that dense fog that's settled in over the Tampa Bay area. So that line is absolutely massive. What they are doing and why there is a line, why people aren't just grabbing, grabbing a flyer and getting out there to join in the search efforts. They are grabbing and receiving IDs from people, checking IDs for background checks to make sure that people that should be looking for JJ are the ones looking for JJ. Don't want anyone who's had any run-ins with the law, somebody who they just are ensuring that this is done as safely and as securely as possible. So excuse me, we're launching across all platforms, folks. We're standing by for a live report from Beth. She's going to be joining in, and I believe that she is now grabbing an interview. Excuse me. Let's listen in.
Yeah, we're good to go.
Just gonna have each of you say and spell your first and last name.
Chrissy Sowers, S-O-W-E-R-S.
C-H-R-I-S-S-Y?
Tanya, T-O-N-Y-A, Hall, H-A-L-L-O.
Perfect. Talk to me about y'all coming out here. What made you want to come out here and help?
I have 6 kids, so I can't imagine if one of mine was out missing, so kind of just came out to help.
This is super emotional.
It is. I have 3 kids, and without a doubt, I've lost one of my kids before, and there's no mom shaming. That's not allowed to happen. And I love the family, and I love this community, and we're going to find JJ today.
Do you know the family?
Yes.
How are they doing? Do you know? What does it say to you about your community? So many people.
I think that's what's overwhelming is seeing not just the people, but look at our agencies stepping up. Just look at them. They're in full force. If you're employed by an agency, you are out here today. And it's just overwhelming. And then to see everyone, all of these moms, people with disabilities, and they're still out here. And it's overwhelming.
What's the goal out here today? How long are y'all willing to search?
As long as we need to.
We're going to find them today. We're going to find them today.
And again, you mentioned it, but just from a mom's perspective, each of you tell me, what it would be like if you were in this position.
This is what it would be like. Everyone that has ever seen my face better be right here looking for my baby. And when you have that many babies, my mom has 3 kids. When you have that many babies, this happens. It just takes a second. We're gonna find him today.
Yes, of course, 100%.
Thank you.
Good morning to you, folks. Got to turn on the microphone before I can talk. Good morning. JB here with you live on WFLA Now. This is day 2 in the search for missing 2-year-old Joshua J.J. Rowland. Seen here on the right side of your screen. And Joshua J.J. Rowland is now and has been the focus of a massive law enforcement search effort that is now growing with volunteers, as we've been showing you periodically over the course of this live stream in our live view on the ground from North Brooksville. We're going to be joined here by Beth Rousseau in just a little bit. Let's go live. Let's show you this picture. This right now is a line of volunteers signing up to join in on the search effort. Let's listen in.
Taking a left, and there should be a silver patrol car with no marking.
Press mute on your phone, Charles.
Right here. Right, go to the red light, take a left, there'll be a silver red light sign in it.
Okay, where are you guys at?
I'm just putting both on.
JB here with you live, folks, on WFLA Now. Working with our team here in the WFLA newsroom right now, trying to get a better idea as to whether or not we can establish some kind of contact with the family. And while the parents are obviously at that command center location in North Brooksville, we're trying to do our very best to communicate with family members, neighbors, just to get a better idea as to what's going on the ground. Let's see if we can check in with Beth. Beth, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to go. I know we've got you called in, want to hear. Yep, let's go to Beth and send things over to her. Beth, what's the very latest there? A lot of volunteers showing up this morning.
A ton of volunteers. You can actually see them here behind me, and if we walk, we can walk. Charles, photographer Charles, is going to walk with us around. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of people who have showed up to look for JJ Rowland. Again, this is the 2-year-old that we're talking about that disappeared from his home in Brooksville yesterday. They say that his mom was napping, and she woke up, realized he wasn't there, gave the sheriff's office a call around noon yesterday, and now take a look at it. They still have not been able to find that 2-year-old. Hundreds of people out here joining in the search efforts this morning. We did actually just hear from the sheriff right around 8:15. He says that they did have crews out overnight searching, especially that helicopter that they had up in the air, hoping to just find any sign of this 2-year-old. Unfortunately, they have not been able to make that happen. They have continued to bring in more law enforcement agencies that are going to be helping them out as they move through this process today, hoping to find any sign of this 2-year-old, JJ Rowland. Again, he was last seen, you can see it written right there, wearing a gray Batman t-shirt and dark gray pants. And that's what all these families are out here searching today. They want to help. A huge turnout from this community. In fact, we were actually talking to some of the people who are in line here, and they are openly emotional, and they say this is a show of what this community can do when it comes together. They say they want to find this little boy today. Let's just walk back up here a little bit so I can walk you through the process. What they don't want is any volunteers coming out here and going to the actual area near Cheever Road where they are doing that search with the canines, with the dive teams, those resources. They want to leave those resources and law enforcement efforts on their own out there. What they're asking for is for volunteers to come here. We're at a convenience store that's at Cobb Road and Fort Dade Avenue. And once you get here, go ahead and bring your ID card. You're gonna get in this line, and at the top of this line, what you're gonna run into is a table. They're gonna grab your ID card, run a quick background check on you, and then you're gonna be handed some of these flyers. They're asking all the volunteers to take these flyers, go to specific locations, and then go ahead and pass them out, put them at businesses so that anybody who has possibly seen this little boy can give the sheriff's office a call. They say they're following up on some leads right now, but JB, for the time being, they say they don't believe that there's any foul play suspected in this, but they are still searching for this 2-year-old.
Beth joining us live from that volunteer sign-up location. Beth, I thought it was interesting that Sheriff Al Nienhuis was talking about this app now, this app, Map My Tracks. I'm on the Apple App Store here on my phone, and this is an app that, as I understand it, is used to track your progress when you're looking. It's not necessarily done for search efforts like this, but it's used to map your progress over a particular route that you walk. What's the latest that we know about this app and exactly how it works?
So they are actually in the beginning stages of getting that put into process when it comes to these volunteers. They want to try and make sure that they're not doubling up necessarily on any of the locations where they're putting these posters out. They also want to be able to see where different people have looked and have put the effort in to try and find JJ. So that's the idea behind the app. They also have an email that they've set up that people can go ahead and mail in tips. That email I'm going to have to look in my email for, but we of course will post it for you on the WFLA app, WFLA.com, so that everybody has access to that. Anybody who has seen this 2-year-old is going to be able to email tips in there or use this app. I'm so sorry, sir. Be able to use this app so that they can help the sheriff's office find this little boy.
Beth Russo joining us again from North Brooksville. Beth, I know that you're juggling a lot right now. We might try to take some viewer questions here in a little bit from some of our audience members joining us on a lot of different platforms this morning. A lot of folks who were with us late, into the evening yesterday when it was really day one of the search. Now, of course, we're into day two. I know you're juggling a lot out there. Roughly how long do you have with us on stream before your next hit on WFLA? I just want to check in with you and your team out there.
We have a couple of minutes. I think we should be good for at least the next 5 minutes or so. So if there are questions, I can answer them to the best of my ability. Having just been updated by the sheriff, again, talking to some of these volunteers out here and working through this process where they're getting volunteers ready to head out so that they can help in this effort.
Beth is going to spend a few minutes with us, folks. You can use hashtag HeyBeth, as you see in the yellow stripe under her name on the right side of your screen. You can also use hashtag HeyJB. We're trying to get as much good, reliable information out there and try to provide people with what's going on in real time as the search for JJ is taking place quite literally in front of our very eyes. As we wait for some of those questions and comments, Beth, to come in, why don't you explain what it's been like so far this morning? I mean, really, a lot of the volunteers showing up over the last 20, 30 minutes or so as we've been monitoring your shop, but also at the same time, what are the weather conditions out there? Obviously, there's been a dense fog there this morning.
There has been a dense fog this morning. It's very, very humid. It's why I have my hair pulled back. In fact, when we got out here, I said to my photographer, I said, I wonder if the helicopter could even be up because the fog was in the area. But we do know now from the sheriff that they have had search efforts out overnight. Law enforcement's been out just combing that area. The helicopter has been hovering, trying to get any sign of this 2-year-old. It's cloudy, it's overcast. The sheriff's office actually put out instructions online to these volunteers about what they should be wearing because they're going to be going through heavily wooded areas, and they said make sure that you are ready for that. Bring Gatorade in case it gets hot. So obviously weather conditions, when you're dealing with a search like this involving all of these people, we're talking hundreds of community members, plays a huge role in what they're able to get done and how much people can actually do.
Beth, can you explain for our audience as well, folks who are just now learning about this story, the circumstances, what we know about the actual disappearance of JJ, what happened on Thursday morning?
Yeah, absolutely, because the sheriff here in Hernando County actually just kind of reviewed all of that with us. They say according to his mom, she woke up, their home right there near Cheever Road, woke up from a nap right around 10 or 11 yesterday. She said quickly realized the 2-year-old was not there, waited an hour, possibly doing some searching for him in the area of their home, and then called the sheriff's office. Now, ever since then, that's when this effort went into full force, multiple law enforcement agencies, numerous resources being brought out. I think the important thing to really, really double down on here is the sheriff, once again, when asked, says at this point there is no suspicion of foul play in this. He says that if it had been an abduction that they suspected, they would have issued an Amber Alert, and that would have come out very, very shortly after this little boy was missing and disappeared from his home here in Brooksville. So he says all the leads that they followed up on so far, nothing leads them to believe that there's anything suspicious going on. Of course, as more and more leads come in because of these search efforts that are happening, they're definitely going to be following up on those, and they will update that. They said they're not ruling anything out, but as of right now, nothing suspicious. They don't believe this is an abduction, but just to be safe, they did actually check in with all the registered sex offenders that are in this area, just covering all of their bases because they want to find this 2-year-old and they want to find JJ safely.
Yeah, and we're also trying to get more photos. I know, Beth, and our team here at WFLA in the newsroom, they are working right now to get some more photos, because this is really the one photo that we have been using. It's the photo that has been put out on the alert. Just a few more minutes here with Beth. Let's get to some of the questions that we can ask here on the WFLA Facebook page, WFLA YouTube page. You can use hashtag HeyBeth or hashtag HeyJB. Bottom line on YouTube Live wants to know, is the FBI on the ground? We haven't heard anything about federal authorities being on the ground. Right now, this is a local effort, but what are some of the agencies that are out there this morning, Beth?
The sheriff literally said that he can't even name all the agencies that are involved in the search at this point. Departments of Corrections is, Hernando County Sheriff's Office, Pasco County Sheriff's Office, Citrus County Sheriff's Office. And you have to remember that this is also a very heavily wooded area. It is rural, so you will likely see possibly FWC getting involved. You know, they have dive teams out, they have canines out. They also have that helicopter that's in the air. They say that they have hundreds of law enforcement officers down by that house on Cheever Road, which is why why they're corralling and bringing all the volunteers that want to participate here, which is hundreds of them at this point. More and more just keep showing up. They're having all of them come here because they want to make sure any evidence or anything that could be helpful to law enforcement in their search is not contaminated by anyone. They have that area roped off. They have a command center that's set up out there, and they want to keep that preserved so that any possible evidence or trail of where JJ could have gone is not messed up or tainted in any way by other individuals being in the area. I also want to point out, and this is important to know because we've been talking about his mom and how she said that she woke up, he wasn't there, she realized he was missing. The sheriff says that his family is staying by that command post, by the house. They're talking with them regularly, and the parents are absolutely cooperating with them at this point, wanting to find this 2-year-old just as much as the law enforcement agencies do, and of course all of these volunteers and community members that have shown up out here.
Let's get one or two more in before Beth has to get back to reporting for WFLA on air. Jenna wants to know, well, we know that the mother was at home and the mother dozed off yesterday, and that was when she realized upon waking up that JJ disappeared. People are asking, was the father home? Have we heard about the father? But again, we're hearing from Nienhuis that the parents are collectively working with the sheriff's office at the command center, right?
Absolutely, and I do want to reiterate, a lot of the focus right now has been on the mother. It's my understanding from the sheriff that she is the one that reported JJ missing. Not a whole lot of focus on the father, but when he did talk about cooperation from the family members, he said collectively both of the parents are cooperating, the family's cooperating, and they are in constant contact with them at the command center by the house on Cheever Road, or near Cheever Road, I should say, which again is where JJ disappeared from yesterday morning.
Yeah, and Joe is also asking, we talked about this yesterday, what's going on behind you? Here's something going on behind you, Beth.
Well, this is also a gas station, so there's different trucks and stuff pulling in, not necessarily involved with the search efforts, just different trucks pulling in, getting gas and leaving. It's a very busy area right now, not only because of all the volunteers, but this is a busy road that we're on as well, this Cobb Road.
Okay, yeah, no, I thought I had heard something different. Apologies for that. Joe wants to know, ponds close by. How many waterways have you observed in the area since getting there this morning for your morning assignment, Beth?
Well, as far as proper ponds and lakes, that sort of thing, not a ton, but I will tell you a lot of it is very, very swampy out here. This is what they're talking about when they say, volunteers, make sure you wear clothing that can go through heavily wooded area. A lot of this is swampland, and that's what families who live in the area were telling us even last night. Those dive teams, very, very important and a critical resource when it comes to this search, because again, he's 2 years old. Now, the sheriff does say that he was barefoot when he wandered away. He is 2 years old, so likely didn't wander too far, but they're not ruling anything out as to a possibility of where he could have gone or what could have happened to JJ.
Beth, we'll let you get back to it, but just want to let you know while I've got you on stream here, we are going to be monitoring your shot. We don't have Eagle for our audience just joining us looking for our helicopter footage. Eagle is grounded until that fog lifts to the point where we can actually see something from the air. So Beth, you're our only shot. We're going to be monitoring your shot as much as possible. If you have to go down to swap batteries, of course, we're going to monitor everything that you're doing out there. Thank you for what you're doing. We'll be following along, and good luck out there.
Right. So go all the way to the red light and then take a left.
All right, Beth Rousseau, everybody joining here live. Let's again show you what's going on. The line is growing. This is the volunteers, everyday folks, whether they know the family or don't know the family. Just a massive search effort that is growing, not just because of the different law enforcement agencies from different counties that are showing up in Hernando County, but also now a growing number of volunteers. I looked up, I've been looking up this app, everybody, this app, and Sheriff Alan Nienhuis is setting this up right now, trying to use technology with these volunteers. The search effort from a law enforcement perspective is going to be highly coordinated with a lot of communication. This is not the first time that law enforcement has dealt with somebody missing in the Tampa Bay area. So they are trained for this. But as far as when you bring in volunteers, the situation obviously becomes significantly more complex. because you're dealing with now a lot of folks that are they're obviously not trained in law enforcement. They're not trained in search tactics. So it's good to have more boots on the ground, but also just making sure that we're doing this as intelligently as possible and communicating and trying to cover as much ground as possible with the volunteers and law enforcement in tandem. That can be a really difficult thing. So Nienhuis has introduced this app. Now, what I find interesting is that if you go, I'm on the Apple App Store here, and I'm looking, and he said the app is called Map My Tracks, and there's two apps called Map My Tracks, which is really maddening, to tell you the truth. And they both have an icon that is exactly the same. If you guys look on your iPhones, go to the App Store and you punch in Map My Tracks, you will see the top two search results are almost identical. And maybe they are the same app. But are they the same app? Well, this is the general idea of what it looks like. I'm going to show this on camera. It's an idea where you can track where you run or walk, and then you can email your progress to the Hernando County Sheriff's Office. We'll post details to WFLA.com on how that works. And likely the volunteers that are coming here are receiving instruction on just how that works. That way that we're covering as much ground as possible. But also at the same time, a 2-year-old can only make it so far in the Florida heat. We're experiencing a bit of a heat wave here in Florida. It has been hot. And even if you just take weather out of the equation for a moment, a 2-year-old can only go so far before they realize that, likely on foot without food or water, just wandering around. Again, the child is believed to have just left and is wandered off the property. And it is. I would imagine, from a law enforcement perspective, it is far more likely, and they have put this out in their advisories, it is far more likely that JJ is hiding somewhere or was hiding somewhere rather than actually continuously just walking around, wandering around North Brooksville on foot. I'd like to address some of the comments that have come in on Facebook Live and on YouTube Live. Sheriff Al Nienhuis, in the press conference that was at 8:15 this morning, and for those of you on the live stream, you can scroll back to hear it from him. He said that no foul play is believed to be involved in JJ's disappearance. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're not investigating the likelihood or the chance of there being foul play as an element here. But JJ is believed to have wandered off, and I understand that on social media, it's human nature on social media to just immediately assign blame. And everyone, it's easy when you're typing into a keyboard. Everyone's, trying to point a finger and say, oh, this is responsible, or this person is responsible, or this happened because this happened. And while I understand that that's social media, there's nothing that I can say that will ever control that. I'm going to continue to report what the sheriff's office is telling us and what we have from, of course, the reporters on the ground covering this story, and that JJ is believed to have wandered off and that there is no suspicion of foul play at this time. The mother was at home, dozed off, fell asleep, as she said, and woke up, at which time JJ was missing. JJ was seen around 10:40 a.m., according to a reliable witness. JJ was seen on the property outside the house, playing around with the family's dogs around 10:40, and by 11 a.m., that was when, roughly around that time, that was when the mother is said to have woken up, realized that JJ was missing, looked for about an hour before contacting law enforcement. So I understand social media. I get how it works. This is the job that I do. I understand that that's the narrative that tends to form online. Everyone wants to blame somebody. But right now, the sole focus is on finding JJ, okay? And so let's all keep that in perspective. As far as the look, there's a lot of questions that are going to emerge from this afterwards. One of the big questions is why it took so long for an alert to go out yesterday. We need some more clarity there. JJ was reported missing to law enforcement at noon, and a cell phone, a geotag cell phone alert didn't go out until roughly 5:45 yesterday, 5.5 hours after law enforcement was responding to the scene. So there's a lot of questions that are going to come out of this, but that's all secondary right now to where JJ is and finding him, hopefully safe and sound, as we are now in day 2. If you're just joining us, you might probably know that WFLA, we have Eagle 8HD, our helicopter that we frequently use on our live stream to show you what's going on the ground. Eagle is grounded. Reason being, fog, a dense fog that set in. I was driving in this morning. I could not believe how thick the fog was this morning. It was particularly thick this morning. I was here in Tampa, driving through Tampa, and you could barely see the car ahead of the car in front of you. I mean, challenging driving conditions here in Tampa this morning. So the dense fog is beginning to lift and break apart, and as it does, we can get Eagle in the air. I have been told that we hope to have Eagle in the air within the hour, and that way that we can use Eagle to participate in the search, document what's happening, and show you what's exactly happening on the ground in real time. Jeff with an interesting question. Do we know the approximate weight of the child? I think that might have been put out in the alert. And let's see if we have the weight for JJ. It's a very specific question. And yeah, his weight is roughly, he's about 2 feet tall. Man, 2 feet tall, 35 pounds. He's a 2-year-old. He's a toddler. Let's show you that picture again. And we're trying to get more pictures from the family. But obviously this is such a frantic situation that it's and very chaotic. It's difficult. His official description from FDLE, Joshua JJ Rowland, missing as of February 23rd, 2023, age 2, male, blonde hair, white, with hazel eyes, 2 feet tall, height approximately 35 pounds, Brooksville, Florida, County, Hernando. They also note that JJ was last seen wearing a gray Batman shirt, a gray and dark gray pants, pajama pants, and that JJ also might have a swollen lip. What that swollen lip is from, we do not know. I know with how the internet works, speculation will be rampant. However, it's a descriptive characteristic, and we can only hope that every little detail that we have is used to find JJ safe and sound. Back here with you live in the WFLA Now Stream Center. Let's continue to take some questions and comments. We hope to get Eagle in the air as soon as Mother Nature cooperates with this dense fog that has settled in. And let's go over to Facebook Live. Say hello to our Facebook Live audience. And looking for comments with the hashtag because it kind of is brighter on my screen and I can see it a lot more easy. Yeah, Lisa, we've been trying to get this question answered. So JJ is spotted outside of the house on the property playing with the dogs as of 10:40-ish a.m. On Thursday. And people are asking, are the dogs missing? And we have not heard as much. If the dogs were missing too, that would be very much a part of the alert that was put out, because then you would have the boy possibly being accompanied by family dogs. So while we haven't asked that question specifically, we have had limited opportunities to ask questions. We're trying to do our very best. And look, we can ask questions all day if we had law enforcement just on speed dial, and we do. But it's right now it's all hands on deck in Hernando. So I was thinking this too, because what the commenter said was, if a child were to wander off, there's a really good likelihood that the dogs would accompany the child, would stay with the child. That's something you can see it, right, visually. You can see if a child wanders off and if the child was playing with the dogs would follow. Dogs are smart enough and instinctive enough to know that you probably want to stay with the child. However, we don't know the circumstances. And again, if the dogs were also missing, the description on the missing alert would be different because it would be child possibly in the company of family dog or dogs. So the dogs are not believed to be missing. Alazia Milburn on Facebook Live. Does the neighborhood have Ring doorbell cameras? I would imagine so. But here's the thing. This you don't want to call this. It's certainly not urban. It's really not the suburbs. This is rural Tampa Bay. So this is rural, and not extremely remote by any means, but this is a more rural section of our region of the state, of the Gulf Coast side of Florida, and so it's not as if there is a house, every half acre or so. It's there's a good amount of property for each individual home. It's kind of spaced out. So while there are a lot of homes in this area, and Brooksville has a lot of homes in and of itself, it's not going to be a ton of potential for finding homes with Ring doorbell cameras. But of course, that's going to be one of the first questions that an investigator is going to ask when they do a door knock. They're going to ask, have you seen the child? Do you have any video? Do you have any surveillance cameras? And usually an officer, a deputy, will walk up to a home and they're already scanning. They're looking to see if there's any cameras on the front or the back of the property. As a reminder, and a lot of folks in our comment section this morning talking about the dogs, but also too, canines are out there. And the canines did pick up on a scent yesterday, but we just don't know how, Ninhai said, the sheriff said, we don't know how reliable that is. And it gave them a direction, some idea of a direction to start to look in. However, how reliable that scent getting picked up was, they really couldn't say, and they didn't want to put too much stock in that, given that it hasn't yielded much results to this point. I'll go to Twitter too. I know that a lot of folks are saying, I just saw in our comment section that people are trying to get photos my way, and I have to, our newsroom has to verify photos. I can't just, if somebody tweets a photo at me in a situation like this, I can't just put it up on screen. We have to verify it. But use hashtag HeyJB on Twitter as well. Yeah, I see a few here from Twitter user Sunny Justice. I'm going to send this out here. Let me send this out to my newsroom so that we can actually begin the verification process. If this is in fact, JJ, not saying that it isn't, but we have a process here at WFLA. All right, so I'll send that tweet out, and I'll send this tweet out as well. And these might also be the same photos as well that our newsroom is working to verify at this moment. You're a reporter delivering a live report.
And detectives have questioned the parents as well. I don't know if you can hear me, Laura. Detectives have questioned parents as well and say that they have been cooperating. But I want to let you hear what we just heard from the sheriff's office moments ago.
Okay, that's sent off. Again, for those of you just joining us, I have to repeat myself. That's part of the live streaming work that we do. I repeat myself quite a bit. Reason being is because we're constantly engaging a new digital audience. People are waking up, looking for information, and finding our live stream. Eagle 8 HD is on the ground. Our helicopter is on the ground for at least another half hour as a result of a dense fog that settled in over Hernando County, over the Tampa Bay area. Lex Lukes on YouTube Live, hashtag HeyJB. I hope they check all cars. That would be a hiding place for a kid. We We also had a comment, someone mentioning yesterday, I mean, different tactics that could be used. I mean, even playing sounds from JJ's favorite cartoon, trying to, if he is hiding, provide some comfort, some familiarity to him that would give him perhaps the courage to come out if he is in fact hiding. But at the same time, if this is a child that is hiding, this is a child that has been hiding for now a very long time, likely 16 hours or more, without food, without water. We're talking about a 2.5-year-old child. And as I always try to stay positive and optimistic on our live streams, the more time that goes on, the more this becomes extremely difficult as far as the potential outcome. And don't want to speak it into existence. However, this is an urgent search this morning. Urgent. Every moment counts, and that's why volunteers are now being allowed in. Volunteers were not being used yesterday, and let me explain a little bit why. We asked that question to Sheriff Al Ninhais because people were a little bit surprised when they wanted to help yesterday, and they were told to stay away from the area. And people said, "My goodness, why would volunteers not be sought when you're talking about a missing 2-year-old, given the circumstances?" And it was actually a very good reason. Sheriff Al Ninhais said that the dogs are such a crucial part of the operation, the canines, and a lot of volunteers coming in complicates their ability to track a scent. So they were really hyper-focused with using the canines yesterday. And so, but now with it entering day 2, with light now once again in our favor, we're able to report that the sheriff's office is now asking that volunteers help, but help in a way that benefits the overall search effort. They don't want people just wandering around aimlessly. They want there to be a sign up here. They want people to use this app and this email correspondence to track the progress of the people out there that are searching. So that's where things stand right now, folks. Looking here on YouTube Live. This is Lacey's comment. Hashtag HeyJB. Just a reminder that Columbus, Ohio recently had 2 little boys kidnapped. And while one of the twins was found in the first 24 hours, the other twin wasn't found for days and was still alive. Look, anything that's going to provide us with some hope here, that's just the type of reporter that I strive to be, just someone who's going to always try to be as optimistic as possible, acknowledging the potential grim outcomes that exist, but at the same time, trying to stay as positive as possible. Let's see if we can listen into this announcement.
Turn right and then on the left.
It appeared to be just some instructions for the latest group of volunteers who have signed up, and I mean, this is just a massive effort, and it goes to show how many good people there are out there. Why is there a sign up? Why are they checking IDs? Because not everyone is well-intentioned, and they are making sure that those who show up today are well-intentioned. They have checked, of course, the area and all known registered sex offenders to ensure that that something nefarious hasn't happened to JJ.
Test.
This is interesting. It appears that they're taking some do not cross tape and putting it around their ankle. And that might be part of law enforcement's system, the Hernando County Sheriff's Office, their system to identify a volunteer who has participated in the sign-up process and not just somebody aimlessly wandering around trying to help. Again, there is a process that they're putting through people to make sure that the people that are searching for JJ are the ones that should be searching for JJ. Jocelyn says, hashtag HJB, why is it taking so long for them to search? When is the search beginning? No, so let me explain. And let me pop up on camera here to explain. Throw up that comment here again. Comment from Jocelyn. They have been searching. This search has not stopped since roughly noon yesterday. So yesterday around noon, there was a massive search effort that began, and as we see now, just how long this line is. This is wild. There was a massive search effort, and while they had daylight, they were using deputies on horseback. They were using dive teams. They were using drones. They were using helicopters. They were using canines. They were using everything that they had at their disposal to look. Then, as we were here live on live stream, we showed you the sun go down. And that, of course, was a heart-sinking moment because it just it ended one chapter of the search, day one, as far as their ability to search on the ground really came to an end. They soon after the sun went down, they suspended ground operations. They suspended the ground search, but they did continue to search overnight, as we're told. They had helicopters throughout the night using infrared, searching the area of North Brooksville and beyond, looking for any sign on the infrared, that's heat sensor technology, looking for JJ. And then this morning, the search effort began at first light. We're not at, there's a certain perimeter that has been established. The media and our cameras are not allowed past a certain point. Reason being is because they are trying to maintain the integrity of the search area. They do not want media to go past a certain point. They don't want volunteers, unless they have been approved through the sign-up process, to go past a certain point to maintain the integrity of the search operation. And so we are now on day two of this, but for Jocelyn saying, why is it taking so long for them to search? These are just the volunteers. There's approximately 100 or so law enforcement officials that are either already searching or on the way to the search area right now. They're all descending on Hernando County this morning now that the fog is lifted. And so the search has been ongoing nonstop since noon yesterday. Stand by, folks. I'll be here in just a second. Give me 1 second. I'm stepping off the mic for a moment. Joining us now in the WFLA Now Stream Center, Max Defender 8 meteorologist Lee Spann. Lee, this has obviously been a really, just an extremely concerning situation with JJ being missing. But I'm bringing you on here because we've been talking so much about the weather conditions during this search operation, and two, this dense fog that has settled in that has prevented Eagle 8 HD from getting in the air. I'm sure it's complicated things for drones and helicopters in the air. What can you tell us about the fog that settled in this morning?
Well, thankfully, we are now in the process of it lifting pretty quickly because we have these well above average temperatures. And so it's warm, it's muggy, and so that does allow the fog to sort of settle in, especially up in Citrus and Hernando counties, where this search is going on in Brooksville, it's a little bit cooler up there, and so the moisture in the air. Think about it like the condensation around the glass of cold water. When it's a little bit colder, the moisture in the air condenses out and becomes little water droplets. So the places where it's really humid but also just a little bit cooler, it allows what would be water vapor and clear to condense into these very fine water droplets and create the fog. So it is a little bit more dense up in the Hernando County community, but it is also warming up very quickly. So that's going to scour out that fog very quickly, going to turn all that the water droplets back into water vapor, and there'll be nothing but sunshine for the rest of the day. If I was thinking actually yesterday when I was hearing about this 2-year-old out somewhere outside, I was glad that in Brooksville in February, there could be days where it is close to freezing. So if anything, it is the fact that I think that it's a little bit warmer is maybe gives me a little bit more hope that this, that it's not going, that the JJ is not going to be super cold, that it can't, it's a comfortable temperature outside.
Yeah, and so, what's interesting to me about this is people have been making, talking about what the real world conditions would have been like overnight. How uncomfortable would it have been overnight for anyone, not a 2-year-old, for anyone?
Actually, again, that's what I was, you try to find some glimmer of hope. I was saying that it wouldn't have been that cold. It wouldn't have been that hot.
Humid?
A little bit humid,
yeah.
but not uncomfortably so. I mean, certainly it's, it's not ideal to be outside in it, but it is certainly bearable. I mean, you're talking like 65, 66 degrees, a little bit cool, especially when it is damp out, with the dampness in the air, but not to an extreme on either side, not too hot, not too cold either. So that was giving me a little bit of a feeling of relief that the conditions were not extreme one really way or the other for JJ.
We got a lot of folks that are joining us on stream from Hernando County, from the Tampa Bay area, around Florida, but also a lot of folks that are joining us from around the country and around the world. Can you explain to our audience just geographically, the terrain, climate, just what Hernando County is like on the ground? Is there a lot of ponds, creeks, waterways, and just any perspective that you can provide about the location itself?
It's not a highly populated county, so there's a lot of wooded areas. Even in the more populated cities in Hernando County, like Brooksville, it's still small town America. I mean, there's still a lot of trees. There's a lot of wooded areas. As far as any major waterways, there's not a whole, there would be little streams. In Florida, there's always little streams, little creeks everywhere. I can't think of one major one. Amanda, can you think of a major waterway around the Brooksville area? Yeah.
We live in an area that has a town quite literally called Land O'Lakes.
Right.
So there's a lot of
Small,
areas, especially in Pasco County, small ponds, creeks, waterways that is definitely a component in this search effort this morning. So a lot of people are asking just how much water is in this area. Also, too, how much rainfall have they had of late?
Almost zero.
Zero.
We haven't had any major rain since before Valentine's Day. So, and even that wasn't a lot. So the ground itself should be dry. There shouldn't be any big puddles anywhere. Again, you never want a 2-year-old to be out and about, but the weather conditions, are working in his favor a little bit, in the fact that, yes, the fog was a little problem this morning because it took the volunteers longer to get out, took the helicopter longer to get up. But the comfort-wise, the fact that there shouldn't be, it shouldn't be super soggy anywhere. But I'm more concerned about how wooded it is and how unpopulated it is, because there's a lot of places for a 2-year-old to hide when there's not a lot of people around.
Right. And before I let you go, I want to ask you, because explain to us how fog will dissipate, because I'm asking this specifically for Eagle. We want to get Eagle, in the air so that we have good visibility between Eagle's altitude. They're usually at about somewhere in a search effort like this, I believe around 800 to 1,200 feet or so, or maybe a little bit beyond that. They're always working with other law enforcement aircraft in the sky to make sure that they're at the proper altitude. But as far as their visibility and the fog how it dissipates. Does it lift? Is that the general idea with how the fog breaks apart so that we can get our chopper back in the air?
Yes, I mean, some of the lower level fog that's right at the ground is going to start to heat up first, and so as soon as the air starts to heat up, then the fog will dissipate, or basically it will go back to water vapor. So a lot of times some higher level low clouds will hang around. And higher level low, I know sounds funny, but like as opposed to right at the surface, it may keep this sort of deck of overcast skies for an extra hour. But usually helicopters can fly just underneath that once it gets high enough. Each pilot knows exactly what the ceiling is, and that's basically what we're talking about. It's a ceiling of clouds. And if the ceiling is too low, then they have to fly too low and it's not safe. So as that ceiling of clouds begins to lift higher and higher and higher, even if it's overcast, the pilot will know when it is safe, how low that ceiling is, that they can go up. And once you go up, and once Eagle 8 is up and the clouds and the ceiling is above them, then it should be perfectly clear visibility to the south, underneath them.
I know we're getting into the weeds here a little bit with this next question, but with the fog and how it settled in these early morning hours, the chopper that was up for law enforcement with infrared, that the fog obviously would not inhibit the ability for an infrared camera to see, or would it, or do you know?
No, the only problem would be the actual helicopter can't get up with low visibility.
Right.
So it would be then the pilot and whoever is in the chopper
being able to see, right? I mean,
right.
Really?
So they are not allowed to fly with those low ceilings. So it doesn't. The infrared camera would work just fine.
Yep.
They just can't. The pilot in that fog could not have gotten up. But like I said, I mean, it's 9:20 now. That fog is really going to be lifting very quickly. So this is going to be hopefully able to get not only Eagle 8 HD up, but any of the sheriff's departments up as well.
Terrific. So folks, we're looking to get Eagle back in the air so that we can provide you. Our cameras can't go past a certain point with this area that has been established, this perimeter that has been established to maintain the integrity of the search area. So the only way for us to understand what the search efforts look like beyond that point are from Eagle. So we hope to have Eagle in the air we believe it might be in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Eagle will launch, and then I'm looking here on this screen. Yeah, it hasn't launched yet.
Yeah, because Hillsborough County, where Eagle would take off from in the Davis Islands, downtown Tampa area, it's pretty clear right now. But it would have to fly through Pasco County, which Pasco is between Hillsborough, where we are, and Hernando County, where JJ is, and that search is going on. So there may be some fog in between. So the pilot is going to look at all of that and make sure that those ceilings are high enough for a safe passage from where the Eagle 8 HD takes off to where it is going, because it is just as important, again, to keep everybody in that chopper safe.
Amanda Holly is also here with us in the WFLA Now Stream Center. You were saying, what are we looking at here? We're going to bring up our weather graphics here, right?
Okay. Oh yeah, it's pretty thick in between. Yeah. So you see, okay, you can see Tampa at the bottom of the screen there, and then you see Brooksville. And when you see completely black, that is clear. But between downtown Tampa and you go up through Pasco County into Hernando County where it is clear, that's where Eagle 8 HD can't fly right now, because that is very thick ceiling of fog. Yeah, Amanda's gonna circle it for you. Again, that's gonna burn off very quickly, and you can see that it is already clear. Like basically, it's sunny in the Brooksville area.
Right, but the fact that we've got Eagle on the ground,
yes.
Have we confirmed? Yeah, Eagle is on the ground in Tampa. They did not land at another
I
airport,
don't know about
right?
that,
We'll
yeah.
check and we'll confirm.
More than
it.
likely, because they have to get fuel and things like that. So.
Right. So we'll confirm Eagle's status, because I know that a lot of folks tuning in on this live stream are asking about when we're going to have our chopper video. Well, that's interesting, Amanda. So that's showing the fog break up, right?
Well, so what this actually is this is literally the visible satellite is images almost like a camera taken from space, and we need the sunlight in order to take these pictures. We don't have a flash camera, so basically that's why you see it brightening up, is because the sun rose at 7. And you can see it again just in the last few hours between about 8 and 9 that some of that fog has really dissipated in Brooksville, but it has not moved in northern Hillsborough or in Pasco County, sort of where the trek would have to be between here and there.
Any final thoughts, Lee, before we let you go as we continue to follow this story?
First of all, thank you to all of the volunteers that we see out there right now who are giving up their time and to search for JJ. I know his family appreciates it. Everyone in the Brooksville community appreciates it. Everyone in the Tampa Bay area appreciates it. The more people we can get out there, the more likely we are to find him. I'm glad that the weather is not an extreme, because most of us, just about anybody, can withstand temperatures in the mid 60s to the mid 80s, which is where we are all day today and have been all day yesterday. So it's a little warm, but it's not extreme. The heat is not extreme. It's a little cool at night, but the cold is not extreme either.
Lee Spann, thank you so much, Lee.
Yeah.
Really appreciate all the help here as we look here live again at full screen at Hernando County. This is at the let's go to the address here again. I wrote it down in my notes, folks, so that everybody knows where the volunteer sign up area is. It is Cobb Road and Fort Dade Avenue, and I'd actually like to look this up in Google Maps to know where Cobb Road and Fort Dade Avenue is in relation to the actual search area. Oh yeah, it's not too far away at all. All right, so this is southwest of the actual search area, but really, I mean, a couple minute, 5-minute drive, if you will, from where JJ was last seen, where he disappeared, and again, we're talking about more than 100 volunteers, we can say with confidence now, that are signing up or have signed up. Again, looking for the missing 2-year-old, 2.5 as we understand it, JJ Rowland. Let's go back to our YouTube. We've activated Share to Help. Let's go back to YouTube Live and Facebook Live and see I want to put this out there. A lot of different people will find our live streams. Family members, friends, of when we're talking about a story like this, and they want to get us information or pictures to be able to help. And I'd like to provide the family members and friends, folks who have information, look, any details, any pictures, anything that we can provide to our audience that helps in a search effort such as this. We want to be part of the solution in any way that we can. So if you are a member of JJ's family, extended family, if you're a close family friend and you have information, you have, of course, you can't just join us on stream. You have to go through our newsroom. But I'd like to give the main newsroom number out. Please only call this phone number if you have information or if you are directly connected to this story. Please do not call this phone number if you are asking questions or trying to find out. This is only if you are a close family friend or a family member. The main newsroom is here at WFLA at this phone number, 813-221-5788. One more time, 813-221-5788. And if there's any family members, friends out there with pictures, information, details, something that they could share that allows us to be part of helping out, we would very much appreciate anything that we can do in working with the great Hernando County law enforcement community and the community altogether. All right, so back to some of the comments. All right, so look, let's go over this. There's been enough questions and comments in our social media comment section for us to talk about this. Look, Amba wants to know, #KJB, why did the mother wait a whole hour to call law enforcement for a small 2-year-old? It's a long amount of time. However, when a parent learns of a child that can't find their child, don't know if the child is hiding, doesn't know if there could be a lot of different reasons as to why they would initially not think to call law enforcement, at least in the immediacy of the moment. Everything's relative. Some might say that 5 minutes is too long, 10 minutes is too long, 15 minutes is too long. An hour elapsed roughly between the time that between when JJ's mom woke up and when law enforcement was contacted, roughly about an hour. Look, Sheriff Al Nienhuisen, I want to quote him as best I can here, or at least share his sentiment as much as he can while we have an audience here, a pretty large audience on social media. He indicated yesterday, for parents out there, if this ever happens to your child, do not hesitate. Don't wait to call 911. Call as soon as you can. Nienhuis said they would much rather have their deputy or their officer, that's heading there to that location, get just an all clear, find out that the call's been canceled and get a thumbs up that the child has been found, rather than being an hour behind when the child was last seen. So look, this is a question that people are asking right now on social media. Why did that amount of time elapse between JJ's mom waking up and law enforcement being contacted? And that's a question that only the parents can answer, that JJ's mom can answer. But right now, let me please explain this again. This question is secondary to where JJ is. That is the number one top priority right now, is finding JJ. All these other questions are secondary as this search effort continues to grow more and more significantly in the Hernando County area. Back here in the WFLA Now Stream Center, let's explain how this works here again. If you use hashtag HeyJB with your comment, I can feature your comment on screen. I can bring your question or your comment into our news coverage. If you don't want your comment to be spotlighted, you just want to comment back and forth with your fellow commenters, we totally understand that. Just don't use the hashtag, and we won't pluck your comment out of Facebook Live or out of YouTube Live. But that's the reason why we do this. Not everybody wants their name and their profile picture to be spotlighted during news coverage. I have to explain this routinely for our new digital audience that joins us, for people that have never been on a WFLA Now live stream before. So that's how it works. You can use a hashtag for anybody on the live stream. Right now, it's just myself, so it's hashtag HeyJB if you would like your comment to be featured here on our live stream. Seeing a lot of comments. I'm not going to put up comments about people blaming and pointing the finger who are joining us from a completely different county or a different state, or in some respects a different country, thinking that they have an idea as to what happened and are theorizing and speculating. And so you could use that hashtag. Doesn't mean I'm going to put up your comment. I'm just going to point that out. I have a direct line of sight on the comments as they come in with the hashtag, and just not going to put up comments that are that detract from the overall goal here, which is finding JJ safe and sound. Ray, hashtag HJB. Are the parents helping to look, or are they cooperating with law enforcement? They are fully cooperating with law enforcement. They are, as we understand, as you would imagine with any parent in this situation, they are living through their worst nightmare right now. And as far as where they are with police at their command post. Every time that there's a search effort of this magnitude, there's a command center, usually a mobile command unit that is driven to the scene. It usually looks like an RV, and they establish a main HQ, if you will, for that search operation to be conducted. The parents, we are told, are there. They have not spoken on camera. They have not been identified to the public. They are, of course, helping in any capacity that they can. And right now, we are told that they are cooperating with law enforcement. Yes. Looking here, Bama, appreciate your comment. Looking here at some others. Joe is asking, do you feel abduction maybe? Someone saw him on the road or a homeless person has him. Look, this is absolutely within the what I call the realm of possible when we cover stories like this. When there's so much unknown, we can talk about things that we know, things that we don't know, and then there's this gray area between fact and unknown that I like to call really the realm of possible. And this is in the realm of possible. Now, look, they believe, the sheriff's office believes that JJ simply wandered off. They say that there is no sign at this time of foul play. But they are looking, they have already visited all the homes of registered sex offenders in the area. They have asked anybody in the public who noticed that perhaps they saw a loved one acting differently, acting strange, acting a little bit out of character in the last 24 hours. Anyone who seems a little off of late, make sure that you notify law enforcement of that, because they want to rule that person out and make sure that that person didn't have something terrible occur, and that person be shouldering a tremendous amount of guilt or otherwise. So look, is the chance of an abduction, the chance of a kidnapping, is that something that is being investigated, and is that something that they are looking into? Absolutely. Everything really, for the most part, is on the table. But they don't believe, they say that it is more likely that JJ wandered off rather than there be an abduction or there have been a kidnapping. But if they have any evidence to the contrary, if anything becomes clearly apparent in the coming hours, that will get put out in a media alert immediately. Because if there is the chance of an abduction, the chance of a kidnapping, then it becomes a completely different situation. Right now, JJ is believed to have left the home on foot, and they're looking in bushes, they're looking under cars, in sheds, they're looking in any nook and cranny where a 2-year-old would be able to hide, or be able, or where a 2-year-old would slip and fall. If abduction came into play, then we're talking about Amber Alerts. We're talking about the area expanding dramatically. And so while they do not believe that an abduction or kidnapping is the likely scenario, they have not ruled. Everything is on the table. They are, of course, investigating this as thoroughly as possible. I think that they're swapping batteries on their shot here out of Hernando. So we'll come back to the picture of JJ, as we should, staying focused on this kid who, in this moment in time, we have this one frozen moment in time through this one photo that we have verified of JJ, him with his curly blonde hair, snacking on a pretzel, snacking on some French fries, snacking on or slurping a red slushie, and living out every kid's dream, right? Hoping that there's a lot more pretzels and a lot more French fries and a lot more slushies in JJ's future. We can only hope. Looking for some more comments. Yeah, is the helicopter up yet? Checking. I have a screen over here that tells us, and the chopper is not up yet. And as a reminder, let's and thank you to Amanda for keeping up visible satellite. We can show this again. Is this now? What are the time intervals as far as this getting updated, Amanda? Is it like every 15 minutes? Okay. Right. We need that gray above Tampa where you see that 275 icon. We need that gray to break up a lot. See that darker gap between Brooksville and Newport Richey on your screen, folks? You see that darker area? We need more of that to make this as clear as possible, to get Eagle in the air, to get Eagle to Brooksville. And while the fog is lifting above Brooksville and it's becoming far more clear with far better visibility, our helicopter is in Tampa. And so, and I'd like to confirm that too. We're going to try to confirm that our chopper's on the ground in Tampa. All right, let me shoot that off. Stand by. Checking in on Eagle's exact location, because Eagle's been flying a lot the last 24 hours. We want to make sure that there's different airports that we can park Eagle at, and I want to make sure that Eagle is where we think it is, right here in downtown Tampa near us. But we will specify. Looking back let's go back over to Facebook Live. Say hello to our Facebook Live audience. We're live on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. We are live on Facebook Live, YouTube Live. Kat wants to know, #KJB, has there been any news from the Citrus County dive teams that they called in, or has anyone come across any clues on narrowing his whereabouts, praying for JJ? So yes, yesterday the Citrus County dive team looked in the waterways or the ponds that are immediately nearby the home. And you know what, I want to see here. I'd like to show everybody like a Google map, if I can, of the house. Maybe we can see some of the waterways there. Let's see if this is possible. Stand by here, folks. We're going to try to see, but this is going to be really difficult with all these trees. Kind of show here. We're on standby for a moment. Show everyone my computer screen. Okay. This is Google Maps. Google, if you're watching, we're using your maps. Please be kind to this reporter just trying to do a little bit of interactive work to show our audience where we're talking about here, okay? Full credit to Google Maps, and thank you to Google for what they do. So look, here's Google Maps showing, here's Ponce de Leon Boulevard. People were asking yesterday, and it's kind of hard to see my mouse. Hopefully everybody can see it here, but I'll kind of wiggle it around. This main roadway here is Ponce de Leon Boulevard, okay? So this is 98. This is really the main roadway through North Brooksville. People were asking yesterday if JJ, how far he would have had to have traveled to get to a main roadway. And the answer is a little bit more than half a mile, maybe 2/3 of a mile. So here, this is Ponce de Leon Boulevard, okay? This is Yance Road. Okay, this is the intersection here of Ponce de Leon and Yance Road. Media are not allowed past a certain point here on Yance Road. So you come down Yance Road, okay, and then here is Cheever. Now the home is on Cheever, up here, up Cheever. It's one of these homes here. So people have been asking about ponds and waterways. What's really difficult is that while there are ponds and waterways in this area, it is really difficult to see because of how many trees we have in the area, like smaller ponds and waterways. But you can see, like, okay, so here's an example of what appears to be, we have some water here off of Cobb Road, but that's a distance. This is a considerable distance, and you'd have to cross Cobb Road to get to that. So this is where JJ went missing from, right here on Cheever Road in this area. You can see that there's a lot of, there's a home here, a home here, home here, at least half a dozen, maybe more on Cheever Road. Cheever Road kind of hooks around and comes back around over here. So there's a home here, here, there. There's some pools. And of course, every one of these homes have been checked. Every one of these pools and sheds, all these structures have all been checked thoroughly. There is a 3D aspect here. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if that helps us at all, but so here, again, this is, everyone's been talking about Yance Road and Cheever Road. You're looking at it, but it's down Cheever. Down here, it's one of the homes here on Cheever where JJ was last seen. And again, a reliable witness saw JJ on one of these properties playing with the dogs around 10:40. yesterday. Now, there's Ponce de Leon. Again, we'll stay in 3D mode here, if that helps. Ponce de Leon Boulevard, 98. All right, we're going to come down here, and we're going to come down to Cobb Road and Fort Dade Avenue. This is that gas station. This is the sign-up location for the volunteers. Right there. It says it's a Citgo. I thought it was a Marathon gas station, though. Perhaps it changed ownership. But this is the sign-up. So that gives you some perspective. So the volunteers signing up here, and right down here, if you can see that. And then up here, this area is where the search is focused, where JJ was last seen. But my God, look at all of the, look at how densely wooded these areas are. If JJ did cross Yance, there's a lot of open space here. But then look at all this forest. Wildlife definitely a factor here, folks. I mean, really, not even having to cross Yance. Again, right here in the center of your screen is where the home is. And then you just, I mean, this is a 2 to 3 minute walk right here. I mean, we're talking about how dense these areas are with these a couple of homes throughout this area as well. So that hopefully provides some perspective. Again, shout out Google Maps, hat tip. Appreciate being able to show that here on stream and give everyone some perspective. Hopefully that was advantageous. Hopefully that was beneficial. Back to Facebook Live, back to YouTube Live. Kristen, I see your YouTube comment. I have not heard that. I have not heard that. But I'll bring that up if I can. Jennifer says there's a super green pond that's really close to this little guy's home. Have they looked at that one yet? So what's interesting here is that the citrus count, this brings us back to the question about the dive team, and apologies if I didn't make this clear. Yesterday, the Citrus County dive team was on location and they were in the water. They did check some of the water that is closest to where JJ was last seen. They did get in the water, and there was no signs whatsoever of JJ in the water. Now we don't know which specific pond or creek that they're talking about, but they did have dive teams in the water yesterday to check. Immediately, everyone thinks, oh my goodness, if they have that many officers and deputies on the ground searching and they can't see him, can't find any sign of him, people immediately are going to one of a couple of different places. They're thinking, okay, let's go over the possible scenarios here. Either that he was in the water. People are theorizing or wondering online, could he have been abducted or snatched? And then people are also wondering, we noted this yesterday, the chance of wildlife being a component here as well. That of course, you don't want any of these scenarios to come into play, because any one of those three scenarios is extremely dangerous. However, those are three possibilities if JJ cannot be spotted just in the immediate area on the ground, or hiding somewhere in the immediate area where he was last seen. Gagoots. Double gagoots. Hashtag AJB. Any drones? Drones have been in the air. We actually had some great Eagle 8 HD video yesterday showing the drone or drones that are in the air. Look at the size of this volunteer effort. Are there good people in the world? Yeah. There are good people out there that just want to help. These are folks that have put their entire lives on hold, put away their day-to-day and what they have to do for their families to help out one family. Let's bring up audio, see if we can listen in. No audio on this feed yet. Let's show the picture of JJ here side by side. Oh, you know, that's interesting. Kristen asked here. Kristen wanted to know, how far are the train tracks from the house? And let's look that up. You know, it's interesting. Stand by. Doing this here live here, folks. No control room here in WFLA now. I'm doing it all myself. Yachts Road and Cheever Road, Florida. Okay. 2, the train tracks here. Also half a mile. So we did this yesterday. Hopefully everybody can see this. So we did this yesterday. There are train tracks right here. We'll zoom in, show everybody the train tracks. See that rail line right here. Now we don't know if this is an active rail line. In all likelihood, it is. How active it is and how frequent they get, trains coming on this, down this line. We don't know. But there is just down Yachts Road. There are train tracks, and it's half a mile. And you can see here. I don't know if you can see that on your screen, but that says it's half a mile and 9 minutes to walk. Now, look, that's the average person, average adult walking is about 9 minutes. So for a 2-year-old, we're talking at least, probably closer to half an hour or so. But this is also the same. It's about the same distance. So Cheever Road right here. This is and this is the area where JJ was last seen. It's about half a mile west to the train tracks. And if you go half a mile east in the other direction, you've got 98. You've got Ponce de Leon Boulevard, where that's probably the main artery through this area. So interesting. I did not see the train tracks. You have to. Everything's on the table. Everything is on the table to find this little boy. So it was a good question, and we have not heard if that has been part of the scope of the investigation. But if you're asking the Hernando County Sheriff's Office, I would imagine that they would tell you that everything right now is being considered. Every possibility. As we look here live from Hernando. No audio on this feed. Allie says, hashtag HJB, I could never understand why in these situations that the authorities don't use infrared cameras. They have been. The helicopters have been using infrared. Whether they're using ground infrared, I'm not sure, but The helicopters have had infrared. We did get that confirmed yesterday evening. Danielle on Facebook Live wants to know how can we find out if and when they still need volunteers. WFLA.com. We have all the information. You can click on the link in the description on this video. Folks that want to help, folks that are looking for details, and anything that we have on this story is on WFLA.com. And the short link, you'll see a bit.ly link in our description in the pinned comment. That'll take you right over directly to the article so that you can find it pretty easily. Val on Facebook Live asking about the delivery driver. No update on the delivery driver. And let me please for a moment explain the delivery driver. So yesterday, Sheriff Al Ninhai said that they've been very thorough in their investigation thus far, thorough to the point where they learned that there was a delivery driver making a delivery in the area of Janssen Cheever sometime around JJ's disappearance, and that there was a video component to that delivery. However, there was no guarantee that that delivery video would show anything. They were looking into that. We haven't heard anything since. Had that delivery driver had video that would have pointed investigators in a certain direction, I can almost guarantee you we would have heard about it by now. So that might have been a dead end, unfortunately. But we'll try to get updates from the Hernando County Sheriff's Office. There's been limited access to deputies and to authorities on the ground because it's all hands on deck to find JJ at this moment. Christina says, I may have missed it. Was baby JJ, was his scent picked up by the cadaver dogs near his home? Look, the canines yesterday, yes, picked up a scent, but the reliability of that scent was called into question by Sheriff Nienhuis. They don't know how reliable it was. And so it gave them a direction, but they have looked in that direction thoroughly and have not found JJ. People have also been asking, and I want to make this clear if I can, people have been asking too about the confusion yesterday, and there was a little bit of confusion about the word caretaker being used. JJ's caretaker. That was something we quoted Sheriff Al Nienhuis, and we have put together a more we put together more specifics on what transpired yesterday, and JJ's mom fell asleep, and that was when he disappeared. But then again, a reliable witness saying that he or she saw JJ at the property playing with the dogs outside at around 10:40 a.m. And the mother says that she woke up around 11 a.m. and JJ was gone. Hopefully that makes sense. So if those timestamps are roughly accurate, there is a 20 to 30 minute window to where JJ was seen outside playing with the dogs, where his mother woke up, and then an hour that had elapsed between the call to police. Folks, stand by. I'm going to leave the stream center for just a moment. I'm going to walk out, talk with our team. Got to find out what's going on with Eagle. The time is now 10 a.m. I was told that by 10 a.m. the goal was to have Eagle in the air heading to Brooksville. I'm going to go get an update, and I'll be back here momentarily. Stand by for the latest. Back here live on WFLA Now. Eagle remains grounded until they get the all clear, but they are on standby to launch immediately. We have our pilot, we have our photographer ready to go the moment we get the green light. So we're just waiting for the fog. Again, not here at Brooksville. Things have cleared up in Brooksville, fog-wise, but Eagle's on the ground in Tampa, and there's a tremendous amount of fog that still exists between Tampa and Brooksville, inhibiting our ability to fly through that fog safely. So we're trying our very best to get Eagle up in the air. Stand by for updates. Stand by. Our coverage continues momentarily. Back here on WFLA Now in the Stream Center. Joining us now live in the Stream Center, WFLA's Chris Martinez. Chris, good to have you here in the Stream Center. I wish under better circumstances as we are dealing with, again, this developing story of a missing 2-year-old. You've been covering it all morning. This is just absolutely tragic, and we're following the very latest here. We'll go live full screen on the touchscreen here to show you just the amount of volunteers that are out there. It's absolutely wild just how many people are trying to help out.
It's really incredible. In fact, the sheriff just this morning was putting out the instructions for volunteers and putting the call out for volunteers, and this is what's already shown up out there. So this is a good sign in terms of the community really being engaged here and really being on the lookout for this little kid.
Yeah, we're talking about a missing 2-year-old, which creates a lot. It's a completely different situation as if we're talking about a missing adult. A missing adult can be anywhere. With a missing 2-year-old said to have wandered off on foot, they believe wandered off on foot, we're talking about a relatively small area, and the amount of resources that are being poured into this, they're using every technology that they have at their disposal. Now an app is being brought into this. I mean, it's all hands on deck here.
It is, and the sheriff this morning was really encouraging people to use that app because it's going to allow people to know what areas have already been covered, so they're not going over the same place twice as they're wanting to cover as much ground as possible. This is really tough because this is a 2-year-old. This is a little kid, right? So you're thinking, how far can a 2-year-old get on their own? But it's also the middle of the night. So there's really no telling at this point what happened, although the sheriff did say earlier today that they are holding open any possibility here. They don't exactly know what happened. And in fact, one of the questions that a lot of people have been asking is, could this child have been taken? These are questions we just don't have the answers to at this point.
We've got Beth on the ground. Beth's been reporting for us all morning, and we're looking into everything here at WFLA. I want to share this because this just came in via text. There was some folks online asking about, and we can put this to rest. People that were claiming that a sippy cup was found. This is how social media works. A rumor, somebody makes a comment or a post and makes a claim. We have checked with the Hernando County Sheriff's Office. There is no sippy cup or anything that has been found that gives investigators any idea as to where JJ might have gone. Again, Chris Martinez is joining us here live in the Stream Center. Chris, you and I, we've covered a lot of missing persons cases. They are complex, but also I'm always very cognizant of the fact that there's a family at the center of this living through their worst nightmare. I'm sure you've had conversations with family members in past situations similar to this. I have as well. It's just absolutely heartbreaking because of the fear of the unknown.
And that's exactly what it is, right? They don't know what's happened here. It's got to be heartening for the family to see so many people coming out to help and wanting to help them find this child. But I'm sure as a parent or as a family member or a loved one, there's a million scenarios going through their heads right now as to exactly what happened to JJ. And there's just no real tangible clue that we have to go on right now, other than we know it was nighttime, and that's all we know.
Let's go to some of the comments that we have, and I'll allow our moderators to, we can now introduce hashtag Hey Chris into the conversation. You can use hashtag Hey Chris with your comment. You can use hashtag Hey JB, and we'll try to take some questions, take some comments. And as far as the update on Eagle, I was emailing station staff last night, Chris, saying we need to get Eagle up at first light. And I blasted out this email to as many people as possible saying it is so important we get Eagle up as soon as possible. But we have this dense fog that has settled in. And while things have cleared up in Brooksville, Pasco County is covered in this dense fog right now. We can't get Eagle from Tampa to Brooksville. We're told we have our pilot and our photographer that are quite literally sitting in the aircraft ready to go, waiting for the green light, waiting for things to clear up. But this is the only shot that we have right now. And they have set up a perimeter too. They don't want media. They don't want anyone like random volunteers. They want only law enforcement officials, law enforcement personnel, and approved signed up volunteers to go into this search area.
Sure.
And we don't know what's going on in this search area because we don't have Eagle up yet. So that also, the enormity of the operation, while we understand it's 100 law enforcement strong and hundreds of volunteers, and it's quite expansive, we can't really see it just yet.
Right. And we also know that there are dive teams that are going out today as well. We know that there are canine units going out as well, really pulling out all the stops to make sure that they can find JJ, and rightfully so. And then on top of that, you do have all these volunteers, like you're saying, that have not been, quote unquote approved yet, but are still going to be part of this operation as they do this line search. And the line search, for those of you who might not know what that is, because they were talking about that this morning, the sheriff's been speaking about that this morning, is basically everybody literally forming a line and just covering every inch of the territory to see if there's anything that might indicate where he is.
These volunteers have been signing up all morning. We have seen people embrace. And for folks who are asking, why are they're taking this do not cross police tape here and they're wrapping it around their ankles. The reason, as we understand it, is this is how they're identifying an approved volunteer. Look, somebody who has a criminal history, somebody who, that's why they're looking at IDs. They're making sure that they want the right people involved in this search, well-intentioned people. And so the Hernando County Sheriff's Office, this is a massive operation, and technology is a big component of that. We know that overnight they had the infrared cameras on the choppers. It's just, it's a lot. A lot's been happening.
And it's an unfortunate reality that there are potentially people who would look to take advantage of a situation like this. So it is the best thing and the right thing to do to make sure everybody is vetted, like you're saying, as best as possible, because you want to make sure people out there have the correct intentions in this search.
Let's go to some of the questions and some of the comments that are coming in. Daryl says, hashtag KJB, this is the search going on all day and night until they find him. So Sheriff Al Nienhuis said yesterday, Chris, that that the search was not going to stop until they found JJ. Now, yesterday evening, they had to cease ground operations because of the lack of daylight. But they continued that search overnight from the helicopter using infrared. And you would hope that any sign of a 2-year-old maybe hiding, I'm talking about under a car or in a shed or in or behind a tree. I know that sounds so simple, but everything that they can do, and it's been around the clock really ever since noon yesterday.
Yeah, and so far as we know, that's how it will continue. And even if the ground operations, as you mentioned, had to stop, they were still able to search from the air. So we have to assume at this point that in some form or another, they will continue the search until they know something.
Let's go over to Facebook Live, check in with our Facebook Live audience. We were just checking in on YouTube Live as well. And yeah, I'm very cognizant of the fact too that we have some potential, I want to say possible family members in our comment section claiming to be family members. And I'd like to put out that phone number again. You can call us here at WFLA, 813-221-5788. Again, 813-221-5788. We're just trying to get information. We're trying to get pictures. We're not here to do anything that would. We're just trying to do what we can to help find JJ, and do so with good, credible information from those who have a direct connection with the Rowland family. You know, people were asking Chris, why haven't we seen the parents yet? The parents are said to be at this mobile command area that's been set up. But in the aftermath of learning that your 2-year-old is missing, it's not just as simple as appearing on camera to do interviews, right? It's just not that simple. Right. I mean, you have to think about what they're going through at the moment. And also, we have to consider at this point that the sheriff, while he says anything is possible, and the reason they didn't put out an Amber Alert yesterday was because, so far as they know, this child wandered away on their own. Now, typically, you might see a family member or a parent come out if they're making a plea for someone to return a child or a loved one. At this point, so far, they've said all indication is that the child wandered away. So I'm sure the parents, the family, they are entirely and rightfully so preoccupied with finding JJ as opposed to making any appearances right now, although I am sure that they are certainly grateful for the attention and all of the help that they're getting. Folks that are say that they have pictures of JJ, like Marie Baker or Barker here, you can tweet them out with #KJB, and I'll send them over to the newsroom. We have to verify these pictures before we can do anything with them. So while I appreciate a lot of folks that are finding this out, this is why we're if there's family members or friends that know the Rowland family, we need to verify information. We need to verify visuals before we can use them on air and on stream. So we'll be, I'll put out that phone number one more time, 813-221-5788. We're trying to get as much good information out there as possible. Looking here at some of the other comments that are coming in, but Chris, feel free to interrupt me if you spot anything on your phone or if anything comes in or anything you want to say. So I'm just going to be scrolling through a lot of the comments. Again, here in the WFLA Now Stream Center, if you use #KJB or #HeyChris, it's just much brighter on this screen over here, and I can see your comment and I can use your comment. We've got Crystal with this comment. #KChris, #KJB. Have they checked cameras in the area? It seems like a lot of people have cameras on their homes these days. Have they checked for that? This is something that is almost standard protocol now. Officers, deputies, when they go to various homes, they're going to be checking if they have a Ring doorbell camera, any home surveillance system set up. They're going to be checking if there's any traffic cameras in the area. We had word yesterday that there was even a delivery driver making a delivery at the time that had a video either on their vehicle or on their person. So cameras now, they're everywhere these days. They're everywhere. And as we understand, they are looking for cameras and at footage right now. And they're also asking people in the area to check their properties. And some of the properties out there, certainly in this part of Brooksville, are going to be larger areas with some thick woods. So they've been calling on folks to check their properties on their own, turn in video, look at their videos. And as we understand from this morning from Beth Rousseau, is that they have been checking a lot of videos since they first knew that JJ was missing. So I'm sure if there was some sort of hit on one of those videos, we probably would have heard something by now if it was something that was helpful in terms of the public trying to find him. But no doubt that is something they're looking at very closely. There's also, we have to acknowledge this, Chris, every minute, every hour that passes by, we're getting into territory now. We're talking about, look, I love the optimism of some of our commenters. They will post in our comment section and post links to other stories about how a child can survive for days after being reported missing, and that you never give up hope. Never give up hope. But as every hour goes on here, every hour passes, it just gets more and more scary for the family and for the community as well.
Yeah, and we're talking about a 2-year-old, and if the 2-year-old is on their own, certainly the thought is that they're not going to get too terribly far away on their own, right? So yeah, just as in any missing persons case, whether it's a child or an adult, every moment that passes without any sort of idea of where that person is, not only terrifying for the family, but it also just continues to raise questions for law enforcement and for people who are searching for this little boy. Certainly as we get the perimeter further and further out from where he lives, in terms of the possibilities of where he could go, and we don't find him, that could start to lead law enforcement in different directions. And some of those might not be the most pleasant directions, but they are things that they're going to have to be looking towards and considering. Obviously the hope is that they find him quickly. Certainly with all these volunteers, the hope is that they find him quickly this morning. But you're exactly right. The longer this goes, the more concerning it becomes, for sure.
Oh, thank you, Crystal, for the comment. We'll look at some others. I was just getting an update from our newsroom here off camera for a moment. Eagle is waiting to launch. I mean, ready at the moment, but it's all about safety, folks, and we have to, of course, act with safety. Always will come first when it comes to our helicopter operation here at WFLA. Let's go to J123's comment for hashtags for us both, Chris. Have they searched wells? How many people have wells on property? They're going to search everywhere a 2-year-old, everywhere that a 2-year-old might be missing, whether it's a well or whether it's a shed, any place. A child going missing in a well, that has happened before, as we know, and so they're going to search anywhere that they can. People are also asking. Slim Cat wants to know, was JJ barefoot? This is a question we keep getting repeatedly, and we don't know if JJ had shoes on or if he had socks on, right, or if he was completely barefoot. And with some of the brush and how dry it is out there, 2-year-old barefoot walking around, chances are it's gonna be rough on their feet after walking around for a while.
Right. Well, that's one of the most difficult things about this, right? Is that there's so many parts of this puzzle that we just don't know, other than he left the house. Beyond that, there's so many questions as to the circumstances and his condition to begin with. But certainly, if there are wells on those properties, no doubt that is something that they are searching for. And also, by bringing in the canine units, that is a resource that can be incredibly helpful. If they bring in a bloodhound or a tracking dog, which no doubt they are or already have, that can try to track the scent, so that if he is wearing any sort of clothing or anything at all, that's going to help with the canine units searching for him. Everything we've heard at this point is that any resource that's available, they're using it, and any place that you and I would typically think to search, certainly they're thinking of that and more, right?
Chris Martinez joining us here on stream. Let's go back over to Facebook Live and see what some folks are saying over there. Yes, the dogs did pick up on a scent, and that provided us with like a little bit of some hope yesterday when Sheriff Nienhuis said that. But he said that it wasn't as reliable as you would think. Usually, my goodness, you're thinking that's the eureka moment that you're waiting for. But as of right now, he said that provided them with the direction, but they have thoroughly searched in that direction, and as of right now, no sign of JJ. So, but the dogs are such a precious resource right now. Those canines. And that was why, too, I found this interesting yesterday. They asked volunteers to stay away from the search area yesterday. Right. They didn't want there to be the cross-mingling of scents. Right. Too many people in the area could compromise the ability of the dogs to do their jobs, which I thought was very interesting as well.
The dogs on the ground and the helicopters in the air, right? Yep. Two of the most important things for any search like this.
People in the comments, I might have missed this. There's been several different press conferences, and I've been taking notes repeatedly. Some people have said that Sheriff Al Nienhuis did say that the child was barefoot. I'm not sure. Did you catch that in any of the press conferences?
I did not. From the portion that we had this morning during our newscast, he didn't mention it there, but we can certainly check in with Beth Rousseau, who's on the scene this morning, and we'll be able to find out if that is something that he in fact mentioned.
Yeah. Do you want to text her? Or
In
you
fact,
want me to
I'll do that right now.
All right, yeah.
As we speak.
Yeah, maybe we can shoot her. Maybe she heard that at one of the press conferences that has taken place. It's a good question. Okay, getting back to while Chris fires off a text, taking a look here at YouTube Live. Danielle saying cameras at any local businesses, have they been checked? Yeah, I mean, they're going to check the cameras at local businesses, but this is a relatively residential area, and the local businesses are a couple miles away at least. So for a 2-year-old to make it to a local business, we're talking about an extremely slim chance. But they have to be thorough enough, of course, to check.
Absolutely. No stone unturned at this point, because we're not entirely sure where he is. I do want to say that Beth says, yes, that is correct. So the sheriff did mention, in fact, this morning that that they know, however so, that JJ was barefoot.
All right. Look at that. I missed it. Yep. And Tonya saying, confirmed last night, too, that he was barefoot. So JJ is believed to have wandered off barefoot from his home in North Brooksville. And, if you're driving in that area, you're walking your dogs in that area, and you see a 2-year-old wandering the streets, you're gonna call somebody. You're gonna check up on that kid and make sure that they don't get hit by a car or wander off into the woods.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that probably has people very nervous right now, is that you would think that in any scenario that an adult saw a child that small by themselves anywhere, let alone in a rural area or in a wooded area or in any place where it's not very close to its home, that an adult would stop to get the child and figure out what's going on and piece it together or go to authorities or whatever the case may be. I think that's why a lot of folks now are getting a little nervous about this, because that hasn't happened. And to your point, too, of this not being close necessarily to a lot of businesses, there's really only so many places that we could be wandering off to at this point. So, it does, you want to hope for the best, and you want to hold out hope for a beautiful ending here. This does raise a lot of concerns with every moment that goes by, that we don't have a passerby having seen him or having him on a footage from a camera. Where is he? And so, you would have thought by now at this point of it, if that were a scenario, it would have happened.
Right.
We would have heard from an adult who saw the child.
Hashtag AJB from Ivy Wireless. Are the police looking into kidnap possibilities? Yes, everything's on the table. They don't, but it's interesting. They say that no foul play is suspected.
Right.
But they haven't also ruled it out completely.
Right. So the sheriff this morning said no foul play is suspected, but that could change.
Right.
So the circumstances right now on the surface don't appear to be that way, but as they continue to investigate, that could change. We hope it doesn't. We hope it's not any sort of case of foul play. But the sheriff said this morning very clearly that essentially everything is on the table here.
Linda wants to know, do they know which direction he went when he left the house? North, south, east, west? We haven't been given any idea. There was that scent that was picked up that provided them with an idea as to maybe where JJ wandered off to initially, but they pursued that and no results to speak of. So we're still here, and we do not know the answer to that. We've got our photojournalist Dave, who's working the camera here. This line and this group, they have been here. This has been now hours of people showing up, signing up. Shows just how many big hearts there are in the world, and people who just want to do what they can to assist in the search efforts. This is Hernando County really showing what they're all about. And as Lee put it, I think it was a good way of putting it. This is small town USA. This is small town America, and they're doing everything they can. Now everyone just started paying attention to something, and they're moving towards. I don't know if they're making an announcement or giving instructions, but here, let's see if we've got audio on this feed. No, we don't. but we have seen this periodically over the course of the morning that announcements are getting made. Look, they're even handing out sunscreen and or bug spray there. This is a community effort, and also too, you mentioned it, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
This app now.
Yeah.
And there's the announcement as it's taking place. This app now, I think it's called Map My Tracks. They're even using that so that the volunteers can all fan out, cover as much ground as possible too, so that they're not all in the same place or
Right.
retracking their own, going to places that have been previously searched.
Right. And the sheriff this morning was telling people, even if you're not part of the search party per se, and you've already looked around your house, go ahead and download this app.
Mhm.
Let us know where you are so that we can take that area where you are and sort of take it off the list of areas that have been searched. And no doubt they will search some spots more than once. But yeah, the sheriff was pushing that app this morning, hoping that as many people as possible will download that and use that, because he says that's going to be very helpful for them in keeping a good track of where they've already been and where they need to go next. And, as is always the case in any sort of operation like this, the sheriff's office tends to always know a little bit more than they're telling us, right? So they might have a direction. They might have an idea of which way they need to go. We're going to get a good idea when we start seeing these volunteers move out, fan out, because they're going to send them in certain specific areas that they deem needing to be searched, right? So we'll find out as the volunteers go out a little bit more probably about specifically where they're looking, and then potentially learn throughout the day why they're looking there.
Audio just turned on, switched on for the first time. Let's see if we can listen in here for a moment. Chris Martinez, I think, is, if we lose you, Chris, it was a pleasure working with you. What's this in?
This is Young's right here. You guys, you headed back down here. We're at this store way down here. That's this intersection. Find an area right here and take your two groups and spread them out. And stay close enough where you can hear and talk to each other. Just go from Cobb Road straight through the woods best you can to the railroad tracks. No. And then come back through. What do you do? Double check. Yes. And when you're done with that, come back and see me. All right? Thank you.
Got it? All right, yeah, so basically we're going to run straight up Cobb where Jan is. There's a tire place, Miller Brothers tire place on the left, and then there's railroad tracks that run. We're going to go on the opposite side of the railroad tracks, and that's the woods. There's a little pond up north of that. We're going to go straight through to the railroad tracks, turn around, and come straight back through. All right? There's people already searching the railroad tracks. So meet up there. If y'all want to wait right by the tire place, we'll meet up, get together, and then we'll walk down and walk over. It's a good little hike if you're trying to walk. So just go up there. So if you meet where Cobb and Jans is, right when you pass Jans, right there on the left. So it should be the first road to the left. Yeah. Everybody need a ride? You're going to come out of here and put right. We're parking the side. Go down.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Kind of jumping ahead?
Yeah.
Hey, did you hear for a lot to bring four-wheelers?
JB, Chris Martinez here with you live in the Stream Center, and that was very interesting, Chris. We heard some instructions being given out to this latest group of volunteers. Groups have been fanning out, as we understand it. Groups have been leaving this location and being given directions on where to go. This one, we were on stream about 30 minutes or so ago talking about the railroad tracks to the west of where this home is, and now they're saying that's a reference point for people as far as checking different sides of the railroad tracks to the west of Cheever Road and Yance Road as well.
Texting with Beth Rousseau right now, who's there at the scene. So she's saying that these smaller groups have been being sent out since 8 o'clock, and they're sending them group by group to various areas where they need them to search. So what we were just seeing there was another one of these groups getting their specific instructions of where they need to be heading. What's interesting is they're getting very, very specific. These groups are getting extremely specific instructions. This road to that road, the wooded area between to the railroad tracks or what have you. And they're concentrating these groups in very specific areas to make sure that those areas are very, very thoroughly searched.
Check this out. Here in the Stream Center, folks, we just got access to a new feed. Just in one of those groups, we are now live at Cheever Road and Yance Road. This is one of those earlier groups that have been fanning out, and this is right near that intersection where JJ was last seen. So law enforcement, this is our first shot this morning that we have from Yance Road, and this is showing us for the first time the area within the perimeter that has been established. Only, they're not allowing everybody in here, but you can see they're all wearing the do not cross tape wrapped around their legs or their ankles to denote that they are in fact approved volunteers. And these approved volunteers, as Chris was just noting, they have certain assignments now. So they have certain areas that they are asked to check and then report back. And of course, if anyone has any information or finds anything, they're going to report back. Or if anybody finds JJ, it's immediately contacting 911.
And you can just see here from these images what they're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got some thick brush there in the area that's not necessarily wooded. Then you got the woods. This is an area that needs to be very carefully searched because this is a very small child. So there's a lot of areas there that he could be that you wouldn't just be able to see him, right? You have to really go over the area very carefully, which is why they're going to do this line search as they go out over these swaths of land. And, we can't tell by looking here, but certainly some of these are private properties. Some of these might be some sort of agricultural land. But some of these areas just might be areas of land that just no one monitors from moment to moment.
Right.
Maybe they wouldn't necessarily see him out there unless they go search the way that they are. But you can see that the work cut out for them because that is it's difficult terrain to just look at and try to find something. You have to search it very carefully.
So we're on Yance Road there, and there you see the street sign on the left side of your screen for Cheever Road. So it's down this road, folks, where there's a series of houses, and one of those houses is the house where JJ disappeared from, was last seen. So we're not allowed beyond this point, but this is where really beyond that road, down this road to where the house is, that is where the search is most concentrated and then fanning out from that point in all directions as we understand it. So we have the search groups that are signing up for their assignments here and still showing up at this hour. And then they are going to the various locations across the search area, including here near the home at Cheever and Yance Roads. We've been hearing a number that has been tossed about online that it is somewhere in the excess of 500 volunteers. I don't have that number confirmed, but that sounds about right with the volume of people that have been showing up. And I don't know if it's 500 approved volunteers, but it's been hundreds of people showing up to do what they can to help out. All right, and some other promising news that we can share. News that our audience has been waiting quite a long time for. Eagle 8 HD is airborne. They're up in the air above Tampa, just now leaving. Sorry, Jim, what was that? All right. The ETA to Brooksville is 20 minutes time. And so Eagle is there to document what actually is happening on the ground, Chris, but also Eagle is part of these search efforts. If Eagle sees anything, we report to law enforcement immediately. So it's just more eyes in the sky, if you will.
Absolutely. And just as important it is to have a lot of eyes on the ground, certainly it's very helpful to have more people looking from above. And with Eagle 8 HD, and we're able to zoom down and see areas very close up, that can be of immense help to law enforcement at a time like this.
Yeah. So Eagle will be able to show us, and it'll be very interesting, Chris, to see how these groups are fanning out and seeing where law enforcement is concentrated, seeing where volunteers are concentrated, how many aircraft they have in the sky, how many drones. We had deputies on horseback yesterday. And really what I'm looking for, and we're going to always try to stay as optimistic as possible here, but I want to see where the dive teams are looking. I want to see which waterways and which areas, which bodies of water they're going to be looking at. We know that the Citrus County dive team was there yesterday. We are hoping that there is no discovery underwater because we know what outcome that yields. However, just how many dive teams they have looking in the area is something that we're going to be monitoring from Eagle as well.
And how close all the waterways are, right, to where he is, how many they're looking at. Is there a realistic opportunity, a realistic chance that he could have made it to one of those areas on foot on his own? I think getting that view from above is very important because it gives you a better lay of the land of where he could possibly be. We've had a number of missing children's cases, high-profile ones, in the Bay Area over the past 20 years or so. Some, like Jessica Lunsford, which I believe was 2005, which had horrible endings, unfortunately, just very terrible endings, but had massive searches like this. And we do know that when it comes to search like this, law enforcement knows how to do this in a very methodical way, and they know exactly what it is they're looking for. So
2005, correct. I just did a quick check.
2005, yeah, yes. And I can remember covering that. That was in Citrus County. I can remember being there on the ground myself and seeing these types of volunteers and these groups coming out to help. And it is so helpful when all of these people come out to help. And it speaks so much about the community that potentially, as you said, up to 500 or so, or even hundreds, several hundred people would come out to help at a time like this. It speaks volumes about the community and how anxious they are to help find answers.
This is the last call for your hashtag Hey Chris questions, as we have Chris Martinez for just another couple of minutes here on stream. So if you'd like to ask a question, you can use hashtag Hey JB, hashtag Hey Chris, as we look here at the volunteers that are showing up. Just another group coming from that would be the east. We just saw that initial group, Chris. They went west. This group is coming east, and now so there's a lot of activity here. Don't know. Okay, these utility vehicles, don't know where they're heading, and don't know if there's anything that's developing here. But there are some utility vehicles heading west down Yonts Road with the Hernando County Sheriff's Office. And I want to clarify some comments earlier. People are asking about the discovery of a sippy cup and other discoveries or possible discoveries. Nothing has been found that is of a direct correlation to the disappearance of JJ at this time. So while there are going to be some social media claims that are made online that this was found or that was found, we then check with the Hernando County Sheriff's Office if there was a discovery made, if they did find an item on the ground. Let's say you find, I'll give everyone an example. Let's say you find a sock on the side of the road. And let's say it's a sock that matches the description or the size of the person that you're looking for. It's when you discover it, it's a sock, right? But you have to check and you have to verify with the sheriff's office as to whether or not that has any specific ties whatsoever to the investigation. So while there might be some observations of the sheriff's office picking up some items, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's tied to JJ. So just want to make that clear that that there have been no items that have been found that are verified to have been specifically attached to JJ's disappearance at this time.
And to that point, this is not a great time for speculation.
Agreed.
Right.
Yep.
So typically, if you've heard something like that, unless you've heard it from a verified source, and of course JB is always going to make sure what he's telling you has been verified, or from the sheriff himself, it's not something you want to run with because we don't know until they tell us. Right. So this is one of those situations where social media can get real off the rails, right?
Yeah,
with people making some claims that have no validity.
The good, the bad, the
Yeah,
ugly of social
absolutely.
media. I mean, we're
Yeah.
seeing it play out in real time.
So be careful with if you're seeing stuff out there. And of course, JB is always going to let you know once we have the accurate, verified information.
And I don't have accurate, verified information on this, but that is now another vehicle heading west down Yance, and it is an ambulance, and they're heading in the same direction that those utility vehicles were heading. So don't know if there has been any development of note or anything to report. But what will be interesting is now Eagle is 15 minutes away, and here we have now another vehicle that is going to be. I'm going to take a wild guess that they're going to be turning right, and they are west down Yance Road. So that's now 3 series of individual vehicles heading in one particular direction. And let me make this clear to our audience: that doesn't necessarily mean that a discovery has been made or any update is imminent. It just means that they are sending vehicles in that direction right now. When we have Eagle in the air, we'll be able to show people where those vehicles might be heading. And while we do have Eagle in the air, and in fact, Eagle is just getting some standard news video while on the way, staying busy shooting video while on the way north to Brooksville. So this is live from Eagle. Just getting some various shots of around the beautiful Tampa Bay area. And so Eagle en route.
And we always pay very close attention to activity like that. You see a lot of cars going in the same direction. We go, what's going on there?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean anything's going on there, as JB says. But you're going to, as you see maybe people congregating towards a certain area, either on foot, through vehicles, what have you. You know, you want to know what's going on, and we'll find out what's going on there. But that doesn't necessarily, it raises our attention level for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't necessarily mean anything is happening per se.
Yeah, and gives us the opportunity then to just ask questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's what it's all about. So we see, law enforcement activity heading west, and we're saying, okay, we can check with our sources and with our contacts, and they're, I'm getting some texts here now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, what's happening right now is our reporters on the scene are getting some information that they're waiting to confirm.
Mm-hmm.
So some unconfirmed reports that they're gonna work on right now to get us some new information. So we'll kind of sit tight and wait for Beth Rousseau and our other crews out there to see what they can confirm in terms of any activity that's happening.
Let me just make this clear to our audience, and with what I can say, don't go anywhere. You're going to want to stick around because we believe that there might be developments. We're hearing some reports, some news that is trickling in that we're hoping that we'll get an update on here shortly. Again, Eagle is now about 12 or so minutes away from Brooksville. We did see that law enforcement activity head west down Yance. And so can't report anything at this time, but we are starting to get some early word here that there might be something to report here soon, is what we can say. And so let's this is a good time for prayers. At least that's how I treat these situations. I've been, I had difficulty sleeping last night. I did. I was just thinking about, if JJ was alive and alone and scared out there in the middle of the night in rural Hernando County, your heart breaks for this family, and you're just hoping for the very best. That I was just, laying awake last night, just hoping for the best. I know that others likely it was the same, because you just want there to be, good news. You want there to be a resolution to this story that we can all celebrate. And we're hoping that there's an update here soon that is good news, but we do not know yet as to what that update may or may not be.
Right.
Stand by. We're getting reports coming into the newsroom.
Can tell you right now that...
Hold on, we got to mute mics for a second.
WFLA Now will begin momentarily. Breaking news on WFLA Now. Here's JB Buno.
Prayers answered, as it has been confirmed in Hernando County through WFLA.com that missing 2-year-old JJ Rowland has been found safe in North Brooksville. The news starting to make it out near the home where JJ was last seen yesterday, less than 24 hours ago. Tears of joy, not tears of sadness, as we have learned that the boy has been found and will be transported to the hospital for injuries. Look, this is unbelievable. Chris Martinez joining us here in the Stream Center, and I'm not going to get emotional. This is news you pray for. This is what it's all about.
Yeah.
You want there to be resolution. You see now we have some officers and some deputies that are walking by. And we'll go full screen here. And actually, no, we're going to tap the touchscreen and go this way. Yep, to Sheriff Al Nienhuis. Let's listen in here live. We'll bring up audio full.
Bring up the photo.
Hey, Jose. John.
Hey, stop. Lieutenant. Can you bring up your
On Brooksville. We'll have to go live here.
Of the young man? Yeah, of the one well.
Couple of stations need a minute or two to get up and running.
What is the urgent one? The urgent one? Oh, really? This is 2 minutes.
Okay, cool. Sheriff's done some press.
Yes.
Can you give him some audio?
Hey, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We are standing by for an update from Sheriff Al Nienhuis. Again, for those of you just joining us here on WFLA Now,
All right. We're trying.
Yeah.
Sheriff Al Nienhuis is about to confirm that missing 2-year-old JJ Rowland has been found alive. Chris, we were live when we saw that law enforcement activity heading west down Yonce, and now we're about to get this confirmation, the confirmation we've been praying for.
What's going on? And perhaps they had found something, and now we know that they did. And from what we understand, JJ just has some scratches on him. That's what we're hearing right now, that he is safe, that he is not injured in any way that is beyond the scratches. That's what our reporters are telling us right now from the scene. So we're going to get more from the sheriff here in just a minute. An incredible ending to this story, JB. A lot of people really thinking the worst here.
All of us.
Yeah.
It's only natural 24 hours later to start to fear the worst. Everyone has on the ground here at WFLA. I mean, we're all just on pins and needles waiting for an update. That update is moments away, and it's the update we've been praying for. Here's Beth.
There, I need you to talk to me, please.
So she is talking with our control room here at WFLA they're waiting on the green light so that we are live across both
Hey,
on
Linda,
air and
if you're
online.
listening to this, can you ask Ginger how long until we're in the show?
Okay, yeah, your mic is hot. They text me, but
The 11 o'clock newscast, a show that Chris has anchored many a times, is about 90 or so seconds away from getting started. So we can be live on air in 90 seconds. So they're just waiting for the top of the hour for this press conference. But my goodness, Chris, I mean, this is just incredible. I'm just gonna say it's just incredible.
It's really something, and we'll find out here shortly if it was a volunteer who found JJ, if it was law enforcement, but certainly you saw all those people coming out to help with the search, and no doubt that was a big help this morning in locating this little boy. We're waiting to find out how far away from his home he was found, exactly where he was found, so the sheriff no doubt will speak to all that here in just a few minutes for us. But just an incredible ending to this story, to know that this little boy, 2 years old, only 2 years old, is safe and will now be taken to the hospital to get checked out and to be treated. And I'm sure at this point, hopefully, is being reunited if he hasn't already been reunited with his family.
I can smile again. We can all smile again. It's such a relief. We have been given the 60-second heads up that Sheriff Al Nienhuis is going to be addressing all media here, quite literally from the back of an opened law enforcement vehicle. We're standing by for us to be officially at 11 a.m. and into our broadcast here on WFLA. Let's listen in and go to this live. Listen in. This is Sheriff Al Nienhuis.
Good morning. I know we've had a lot of bad news over the last 24 hours, but I'm happy to report that we had the best news that anybody could want. We have found JJ. He seems to be fine. Here's actually a picture of him behind me with one of the rescuers. He seems to be doing fine. Paramedics, literally, it was just a couple minutes ago, paramedics are en route to check him out. But I will tell you that I was hoping and praying for a miracle. I certainly was not expecting one. But I think a lot of people were praying, and prayer works. That's all I got to say. So thank you all for coming out and helping. And for our media partners, thank you all for getting the word out. We certainly had no clue what happened to him. He was found north of the residence, just south of Parrott Middle School, so he was quite a ways away from home. But the good news is he did not end up in any water, obviously, and he was not abducted. He was found in the woods. He seems to be fine. He's definitely going to have something to tell his kids and grandkids about, that's for sure. But I'm sure Mom and Dad are going to keep a little closer eye on him from this point forward. But again, thank you all very much, and it's a miracle. There's no doubt about it. So thank you.
Sheriff, who did find him?
That I'm not even sure about. I know there's a picture of a gentleman there. I'm not sure if it was one of our law enforcement people or one of our volunteers. I don't even know that yet. We wanted to get the information out there as quickly as we could. So
what's his condition right now?
Again, I'm not sure, but it looks from the picture that he's smiling, so he must be doing fairly well. So,
Sheriff, talk to us a little bit about this community that we saw come out here today.
We live in a great county. Hernando County is great. It supports our law enforcement, and we were overwhelmed. We certainly had a lot more volunteers than we had jobs for them, and we had people that were willing to come out and help, and it certainly warms your heart. That's another part of this story. A secondary part of the story is that the vast majority of citizens are good people, law-abiding citizens who want to do anything to get a 2-year-old back to his parents. So, all right. Any other questions? We'll get more information out as soon as we can, but we certainly wanted to update the public as well as all of our volunteers that they can stand down, and JJ appears to be fine, and we'll be reuniting him with his parents very shortly. So thank you all for coming out.
Sheriff, thank you so much. Again, you just heard from the Hernando County Sheriff, the outcome that everybody was hoping. Hundreds of volunteers that showed up here today. JJ has been found safe. That 2-year-old that the mother says wandered away from his home here in Brooksville while she was sleeping just yesterday. Extensive search efforts underway since that point. He has been found safe. They say it doesn't appear that he has any serious injuries. They say he was actually quite a ways away from his home. They're going to take him to the hospital. They're going to have him checked out just to make sure everything is okay. But the sheriff thanking this community for the turnout. The parents saying this is the biggest relief. So we're going to stay here, talk with the sheriff a little more, talk with some of these volunteers, but just the outcome everyone was hoping for.
Breaking news on WFLA Now. Here's JB Buno.
Beth with a smile on her face. Let's go over to Eagle 8 HD and see if there's anything that we can see from Eagle. Eagle is still heading to the scene, but Chris Martinez, JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now, and you'll have to forgive our ear-to-ear grins here because, my goodness, JJ, 2-year-old JJ will have more French fries. He'll have more pretzels and more red slushies as we've been seeing in this photo. Many more pretzels. Someone get this kid a pretzel immediately. Some French fries and just a cherry red slushie. Eagle just getting to the scene moments ago. Let's go live and see if we can see anything. Chris, we were live and we were pointing out that there all of a sudden seemed to be a good amount of law enforcement activity heading west down Yonts Road. That turned out to be something, a development, and the development that we were praying for. This is now believed to be the general area south of the middle school where JJ was found. I was doing a little bit of homework on Google Maps. This is about 1.5 miles away from the property. Between 1 mile to 1.5 miles.
Incredible. And you can even hear with the sheriff speaking that he was getting a little emotional speaking about it, because you had to think at this point, a lot of law enforcement, they've seen situations like this that have not ended this way, and they were maybe starting to think the worst here, have some really some grave concerns for this child. That's quite a distance for a 2-year-old to travel on foot by themselves at night.
And here we have an escort and applause. We have no audio on this feed, but look at the relief. Look at the cheering that is going on for law enforcement and what they have done. And I'm very curious to find out who found JJ. What condition was he hiding? Was he lost and wandering around? But the fact that he was found is just absolutely surreal to me.
Curious too if perhaps he is in one of the vehicles in that convoy there going home. As the sheriff said, he would be reunited here shortly with his parents. Is he here perhaps in that ambulance that we just saw, or is he actually en route to a hospital? We'll probably get some more clarity on that a little bit later on. Really, but just incredible.
And I'm just wondering here, could they be reuniting him with his parents just for that initial hug? And then
could be just to get him with his parents so they can take the parents to the hospital as well. Although it's sounding from what the sheriff has said and from that photo that we saw, as though certainly they'll want to check him out, but it doesn't sound as though he was injured to any degree that would need any sort of medical care per se, which is also, by the way, incredible in and of itself that a 2-year-old
survived overnight
and could travel that far on their own, barefoot, by the way, because we've confirmed that he was barefoot.
Oh, family! This is family.
Okay,
let's listen in live.
You cannot. Every mama has lost a child before. Don't say you haven't. Every mother loses sight of her child for just a minute. It just takes a minute. Oh, all of the moms out here today. There was a mom I talked to today that lost her son in a drowning 23 years ago, and she was here today looking for this baby. It's incredible. It's incredible. I just want to hug Jamie. I want to hug Jamie.
And what is your first and last name?
Christina Sowers.
How do you spell it?
S-O-W-E-R-S. I am so excited. I am so excited. They found that baby.
And what is your relationship, friendship?
It's my cousin. It's my mom's sister's family.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Just your thoughts hearing this wonderful news.
I can't
so many hours.
wait. I can't expect him. Yeah, he had to be right here. He's 2 with no shoes. He had to be right here. That's why we weren't leaving. He's here, and we knew it.
They're the most beautiful family.
How thankful are you that he's okay?
Oh, I can't believe how thankful this town has come together, and the law enforcement and the animals, the horses, the people out of nowhere. I mean, driving home, I was just in tears at all the vehicles and everybody walking, the lights.
Friends. This is Dad's company over here.
In this neighborhood.
Dad works for he's got the whole crew came out.
Everybody from work, everybody.
All the teachers and the school staff today, you should have seen them
Everybody.
in line. They said if you're from the schools, you don't have to get a background, and it was just piles of them.
I think the fact that it's
awesome.
24 hours.
You're looking here from Eagle 8 HD.
So bad.
There
Nobody got any
JJ.
sleep last night. Nobody got.
He raised boys tough. He can
We were
survive
here.
it. It's
Yep.
just like
It
camping.
was-
Come on, it was a cool camping trip. Oh, they found
He's
him.
such a strong, beautiful little boy to be able to make it through all these hours.
Oh my gosh.
It's unbelievable. I'm so thankful. I'm just overwhelmed. I just can't wait to see the baby and the mama.
And your first and last name, and how do you spell it?
I'm Terry Smith, and I am.
Cousin?
No, it's my sister's grandchild, so it's my nephew. I think. I don't know. My brain is.
Terry, T-E-R-R-I.
Why?
Why? Smith.
Smith. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. Thank you for helping and the support and being here.
So happy it didn't last a minute longer.
Oh, I know. I don't know if anybody could.
We woke up this morning and we said today on Sunlight.
That's right.
Sunlight today. That's it.
We were out of the house.
You say nothing else different. That's all you say.
It shows how people come together.
Oh, it's amazing. You guys have been amazing too. You guys have been so respectful.
So happy for you guys.
Yes, thanks so much.
Incredible. We just saw that boy get reunited with his family.
No words.
No
right?
words,
to
right.
see that. And from what we could see, as the sheriff has said, from the distance from Eagle 8 HD, he looked okay. He looked fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's talking.
Incredible. Just absolutely incredible.
Here, let's go full screen. Here is JJ. And we'll try to, I'll bring up the ground audio here as well so that we can hear. I think we're about to see this on the ground shot and from Eagle. There is JJ being carried past the law enforcement teams that have been pouring hours and hours into searching for him.
The donkey like following along.
That's cute. Wow, cool.
Bring some great Eagle video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look at the amount of attention that JJ is everyone is just huddling around, and you pray for this visual, you pray for this moment, you pray for this end to the story, and prayers were answered, Chris.
And we were just asking a few moments ago, was he going to the hospital? Was he going home? It looks like he's home now and likely home to stay. Maybe perhaps he was checked out in that ambulance just to make sure that he was all right. But you have to wonder, too, what JJ is thinking here. Does he understand at all the magnitude of anything that's happened? Likely not, right? He probably just thinks, wow, look at all these people here to celebrate. They're excited.
He's probably thinking, hey, it's a horsey.
Right, yeah. I mean, he probably isn't exactly sure what exactly happened. But we heard a few moments ago from family members who, as we heard, they were just elated. They were elated that this has happened. They couldn't believe this had happened. This was certainly the ending that they were hoping for, but they were fearing they wouldn't get it. But look at all of these people out here now who have come out to support and help, and it all paid off because they were able to find this little boy safe and sound. It really is incredible.
Eagle 8 HD making it right there as the discovery was happening. Again, dense fog was the reason that Eagle couldn't be there to participate in this morning's search efforts. It was difficult for any aircraft to see, but now Eagle getting there for this very special moment, a moment that this family will cherish and look to the heavens above and just say thank you for probably the rest of their lives.
Oh, absolutely.
And so it's a great point that JJ probably is a little confused,
right.
And a little probably overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Can you imagine for a moment being a 2-year-old and being out there there's not a lot of light out there. This is not really even the suburbs. It's not a city. It's not the suburbs. There's not a lot of light out there overnight. But what's interesting is that, and I'm wondering here, so this is just purely now, I'm taking off my reporter hat for a second. This is, the child was found south of the middle school. Mm-hmm. You're wondering, was he trying to find, was he just following light as he was wandering around in the darkness last night? Was he, the middle school is on one of the main roads there. I think it's Cobb Road, if I'm not mistaken. Was he just was he listening for sound so that he could get out of the woods? I'm looking here on Google Maps, and if he did go directly from the property to south of the middle school, he would have gone through a very wooded area, and Cobb Road is right there to the west. So, look, only JJ knows, right. And we might never really fully understand because he's only 2 years old, but what an experience. It's probably, I can't remember being 2 years old, so he'll probably never remember this experience as well. His parents will, the family members, the entire community will, but JJ himself will likely never truly have these memories of what it was like surviving overnight in Hernando County.
But like the sheriff says, he'll have quite a story to tell, right, one day. And look, now that we have a happy ending, there were a million things here that could have gone wrong. There were a million things here that could have gone south, so to speak. And as you just described it, walking through the woods, a mile plus, looking for light, all sorts of things could have gone in a different direction.
We're hearing some applause. Let's bring this up. Oh, it's the fire rescue vehicle, and people who are out. I want to show this here really quickly, very quick. People that are out by the roadway are just looking, and there's this perimeter that's been established. You can't go past this point because it's just for family and law enforcement, because down the road, if you walk past this area, you find this. So people are just cheering at anything right now. Volunteers, law enforcement, whomever it may be. But there is JJ being carried by a family member or friend back in the direction of the home, and just a sight for sore eyes.
And it will be very interesting today. Hopefully we will hear at some point from the person who found JJ, who made that discovery. The sheriff saying earlier he wasn't certain if that was a member of law enforcement or a volunteer. No doubt we will find that out at some point here today, but we're very anxious to learn more about specifically where and how he was found.
I just can't get over how this was the middle of the night and this boy was wandering around. More applause that you're hearing. If this child becomes a future Survivor contestant, I will not be surprised in the slightest. Okay,
Look, there are plenty of adults who would have a hard time in those circumstances, right? So for a 2-year-old to navigate that and be okay and just have a few scratches on him is really something.
We might be witnessing the next great Florida outdoorsman right in front of our very eyes. My goodness. Survivor, if you're watching, we have a Survivor story that you just cannot believe, because a 2-year-old barefoot who disappeared and survived overnight in Hernando County was able to emerge out of this alive, being found by, we do not know who yet, but to Chris's point, what a story that person will tell. Can you imagine, Chris, being the person to see JJ, to see that curly blonde hair as we now see JJ go into his home with his family. Can you imagine seeing that curly hair or hearing something? Maybe we don't know if whomever found JJ, we don't know if they saw him or heard him, but being that moment.
And there's a lot of questions about that. Was he sleeping? Was he awake? Was he aware? I'm very anxious to hear more about that. And no doubt once the sheriff gets more information today, we'll hear that from the sheriff, at least, if we don't hear from the person himself who found him at some point. Today, hopefully we will hear from that person as well. But that moment, right, of not only just discovering him, JB, but then discovering that he's okay on top of that, because you have to think you're probably looking out there thinking, what am I going to find? And being a little scared of what you're going to find under the circumstances.
Yep.
But to find him there and to find him okay and alive and relatively unharmed, the relief for everybody involved in that is just incredible.
It's a sad fact, but we are, Chris, you and I, we're used to these types of stories coming to tragic endings because we're so familiar with so many tragedies. And when you hear about these types of stories, and we were noting earlier before this news, how every hour that goes on, your heart sinks further into your stomach. This is such a relief. Here in Florida, some good news after what happened in Orlando, the terrible shooting that led to the death of a 38-year-old woman. One of our colleagues in the news industry over at News 13, Dylan Lyons, as well as a 9-year-old child. It's been a very difficult week here in the state of Florida, and a little good news. A little, right? I mean, just a little bit of good news. It's good for the soul. It's good for everyone who's joining us here. To all of our commenters who participated. I was so, my favorite part when we get to share good news, in the rare instances we get to share good news, Chris, is I look here at this screen and I get to see the comment section light up. I did not get to see that moment because I was just
you were juggling.
We were juggling cell phones. We initially, we'll backtrack for a moment. We'll kind of give everybody some inside baseball here. Chris and I both got a text that said unconfirmed boy found. And now on the surface, we were trying to remain as calm as possible, but because when we get unconfirmed, we can't share unconfirmed reports. So we are like ducks on the water, right? We appear calm, but under the water, we're paddling.
Right.
And we didn't know, but what was terrifying about that moment for Chris and I was we didn't know if the boy was found alive or dead.
It was just unconfirmed found, but not the condition.
Right.
Right.
We didn't know if there was injuries. We didn't know a lot. We were just praying for alive. And then people were frantically running in here, frantically coming into the stream center, this, that, and all these unconfirmed reports. And then boom, we had it from Beth. Big shout out to Beth, who's been doing extraordinary work out there this morning. Being able to share that good news. I did not get to see the comment section light up, But maybe we can get it to light up again here. My goodness, all of our commenters, everyone who shared JJ's picture out there, the community that rallied volunteers and got people out there to this section of North Brooksville. Let's just flood the comment section with emojis. It is so incredible that we have this ending, and now we'll start to see the scene start to become more and more quiet. But the story doesn't end here.
Right.
I have questions.
There are still a lot of questions surrounding this, and we will likely get a lot of those answers today as we learn more from the sheriff and from anybody else who's out there. Certainly Beth Rousseau and our other team of reporters who are covering the story, they're all over it. They're going to be talking to everybody they can. There are still questions here. Now that we have a good ending and a happy ending, now we get to start asking other questions. How did this happen? The circumstances involved. Why the
alert took 5.5 hours to get put out to cell phones? We have the technology. There needs to be just a conversation to talk about how technology can best be used in these types of situations. It didn't rise to the level of an Amber Alert,
right?
Because there wasn't a kidnapping, there wasn't that criteria,
right?
But and there was that cell. Everyone gets that alert on their phones, that when it goes off and. That did go off, but it was 5.5 hours after JJ was reported missing to law enforcement. What can we do better in future situations to speed up that process a bit if it can help bring more stories in the future to conclusions like this one?
Right, and that's a conversation that should be had, and it's the conversation that needs to be had about how do you notify based on circumstances, right? So yes, it didn't meet the threshold of an Amber Alert. We understand that, but it's still vitally important to start looking right now. So there has to be some sort of mechanism where we can be a little bit better at sharing that right off the bat and not having to wait any time, because those, for all we know, and this is wild speculation here on my part, I understand. We might have found him in the first 2 hours had more people been aware, right? And more people been looking. Maybe not. But to your point, this is a great opportunity now
for a conversation.
Yes, and to look at how this went down and say what, going forward, God forbid something like this happens again to another family. How do we handle it?
Right. Yeah. How do we get better? If technology can help us in our search efforts, how can it help us just as far as spreading awareness in the aftermath of this?
And we always, unfortunately, have those conversations typically after there's been a terrible ending, not a happy ending.
So I'm just getting a tip from Jim here. This is Eagle is now providing us with some video of the area where JJ is believed to have been found, again south of the high school and northwest of the house on Yance there, off of Yance Road. Excuse me, where that middle area where JJ was found. Get that kid a pretzel. Get honestly,
that kid as many pretzels as he wants.
Yeah. If the family's watching, all right, they're not watching anymore. But if the family members are watching, we need a follow-up picture like this of a kid giving a thumbs up, snacking on a pretzel, snacking on some French fries, because this is what it's all about.
Well, it was hard to see, but when the sheriff had that photo, our crew was trying to get a picture of it when Beth was out there in that press conference, and you saw him smiling. I mean, that's it right there, right?
Right there.
Yeah.
It's good to smile every now and again on screen. We cover so many terrible stories that occur in this country, including here in Tampa Bay and here in Central Florida. But being able to smile with my good colleague here, Chris Martinez, on a stream like this and provide folks with some good news and to share that prayers have been answered, there's no better and rewarding feeling for us in our industry to be able to share news that makes just a community feel so good and people around the world feel so good.
Yeah, we don't always get a happy ending.
No,
right?
No, we don't.
So when you have a story like this that ends this way, or it doesn't go in the way they typically go, it really is a moment to celebrate for this family and for the community. And again, to point out what an incredible community where we live, because you saw how quick the people were to come out to help.
Let's bring up the audio here. Can I get a round of applause in the comment section for our brave men and women of law enforcement? Can we get some clap emojis going here? I mean, these are people that were looking for hours overnight in the air. They spent all of yesterday afternoon looking for this boy, and this morning getting up bright and early to assist in the in the continuation of the search efforts. Can we get, hey man, law enforcement as well? You know, we heard some thanks for us here at WFLA. That was very kind, but also too, just a big shout out to law enforcement. My goodness, we salute the Hernando County Sheriff's Office and all the assisting agencies for helping. And yeah, my big question, Chris, I really want to know who found him. Yeah, it's where my mind is going. Yeah. Who found him? How it happened? That's going to be later on today on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. You want to know what the moment might have been like? That's what our reporters right now are currently pursuing. I got Jim here standing by. What's up? Say that again. Okay, yeah, I did a track. It's around a mile. Yeah, about maybe a little bit less than a mile from the spot where he was found, where he disappeared from that house.
It's incredible. And yeah, I think we will hear today. We'll get a lot more information throughout the day. I'm sure the sheriff or whoever out there, right, in terms of the person who found him, how he found him. We really want to hear that part.
Yeah, I'm dying. I cannot wait to. And I hope we can get an interview with that person, whether it was law enforcement or whether it was a volunteer. Maybe it was one of those groups. Wouldn't it be magical if it was one of those groups and it shows that even volunteers can assist in a situation like this? Sure. That would be a great end to the story. But it doesn't matter who found them. The fact that they did and the fact that it was an effort that was collaborative between the community and between law enforcement. This is I hope that this is a story that reaches some other sections of the country that not only is able to provide hope, but also to how this can be a learning experience, both good and bad, how we can learn from this and make sure that future stories don't end tragically when it comes to a missing person, a missing child, or a missing toddler.
Right, and these cases, with the exception perhaps, as we were noting earlier, in terms of the notification, these cases that have endings like this are good lessons in terms of mobilizing volunteers, mobilizing law enforcement, mobilizing groups to cover the ground, cover the area. I mean, they did this in a very methodical way. And if we are going with the assumption here, which it is an assumption because we don't know for sure, that it was a volunteer group or a group of volunteers and law enforcement, a mix, but one of these groups that was out there looking that found them, then it shows, it gives lessons on how to do searches correctly. It gives searches on lessons on how to make sure that people and volunteers are utilized in the best way possible. And that's something that these law enforcement agencies are used to doing. And it shows that in this case that was very helpful. I mean, all of those volunteers going out there, looking at every inch that they could, was incredible. And you noted earlier, they were vetting them. They were tying the crime scene tape on their legs so we knew who was supposed to be there and who wasn't. All of that is lessons for other places, perhaps, if they need them, right, on how to do this in a successful way.
Chris, I'm going to spotlight some commenters. You are more than welcome. I know that you were supposed to be off stream about an hour ago.
Yeah,
I promised you when you initially came on I was going to clear Chris.
And then I was like, I can't leave now. I can't leave now with all this, but I do need to hop off.
Chris Martinez, everybody. So look, WFLA Now community, the folks out there, give Chris Martinez a follow on social media. Your accounts are
WFLA Chris. Right? Is that my Twitter?
Yeah,
that's my Twitter.
So. Yeah, on Instagram, Facebook.
I don't tweet myself. That's why I don't know off the top of my head.
Chris Martinez, our morning anchor here at WFLA News Channel 8, alongside, of course, Avery, Deanne, Brianda, of course, Lee Spann, who we had on earlier on the stream, and Beth Rousseau, who's been doing a terrific job. Give Chris a follow, folks, on social media. Chris, thanks a whole lot for joining us.
Great to be here with you, especially today.
Yeah. You're my good luck. It's my first time having him here in the Stream Center, folks. He's our good luck charm officially.
I'm gonna get called in more often, aren't I?
Yeah, I'm gonna be when I need some good news. I'm coming to Chris Martinez.
If it brings us good news, I'm here for it.
Yeah, I love 100%. I love it. Chris Martinez, folks, give him a follow. Everybody here. We're still live with Eagle 8 HD. And showing you what's going on the ground, but the scene is starting to clear out. But really the big question now is who found JJ? How was he found? And then there are also, yes, the more serious questions, the conversations to take place in the future, right? As far as how we learn from this experience. And that's for everyone, by the way, okay? That goes for all of us, okay? This is a learning opportunity for parents out there. Parents, Sheriff Alan Nienhuis wanted you to know a very specific message that if your child ever disappears, don't wait. Don't wait. Missing children it's hard to find a situation that it's so serious of a situation for a local police department or for a local sheriff's office. They don't want you to wait. Sheriff Allenhai said they'd much rather get a canceled call 90 seconds later just so that they can get on the way, get to the property, get to the location. Do not wait. So it's a learning experience for parents. It's a learning experience for us in the media. How can we use social media? How can we use live streaming? How can we use our websites or apps? How can we use technology in the media to get the word out as quickly as possible to assist those in law enforcement, the law enforcement agencies in the areas that we cover? This is for local news stations across the country. How do we do better? And then, of course, for law enforcement, this was a collaborative effort that began on day 2. There was, of course, a lot of assisting agencies participating on day 1 of the search, but day 2 is when volunteers were part of the equation and part of the search efforts. And really, approximately 4 to 5 hours into the search on day 2, boom, we have results. And the results we all prayed for, JJ being found alive. We're going to spend another 10 minutes on stream. The sole purpose of this 10 minutes is to, yes, we're going to pay attention to if we get any more details, any more word as to who found JJ. But also at the same time, this really the primary purpose for this next 10 minutes is to spotlight your comments. I did note in our comment section earlier on today that there was a lot of finger pointing going on in our comment section. Look, as far as news reporters go, I'm as real as it gets when it comes to paying attention to our comments. Okay, this is what interactive journalism is all about. I'm paying attention to what you're saying out there, and I know that there was a lot of finger pointing going on, a lot of the blame game that was playing, back and forth in our comment section, and that's to be expected because on social media, it's almost expected now for people to want to have something to blame when a news story begins to spread. And so it's normal now. It's something that we've come to expect as far as associating blame. But it is so important, given a story just like this, to remember we don't know everything. That's one of the reasons why WFLA Now exists, for us to help you navigate and help us navigate in real time through the unknown so that we can separate fact from fiction and make sure that you're part of the process. So let's get back to some of the comments. And the sole purpose for these next 10 minutes is just to spotlight your hashtag HeyJB comments on social media, and I will try to get to as many as possible. Some people online are claiming that that he was found in the woods by a volunteer, and I don't want to put any names up on screen. We have to verify that information. So Megs, I see you on YouTube. I would love to share that. We have to vet it. We have to vet the information before we can share it. While I do see that, and I hope that is true. I hope that person found JJ, and I hope that it was a volunteer. It doesn't really matter to me who found him. The fact that we just found him is just a miracle. It doesn't matter if it was a deputy, an officer, a volunteer, a neighbor, a family member, a friend. It doesn't matter who it might have been. Just the fact that JJ was found is extraordinary and a miracle, and the news that we've been praying for. But I want to spotlight some more comments. Florida Aerial Media. Hashtag KGB, he must have slept because he had bug bites on the soles of his feet. Excuse me. That's very interesting. Yeah, did he fall asleep out there? Was he able to? Lee Spann, our meteorologist, was... Oh, actually, we've got a live report from Beth Russo. Stand by. Hold on, everybody. Live on your screen.
2-year-old that was missing for almost 24 hours, I should say. Deanne, thank goodness.
All right, we caught the tail end of this report. Beth doing a great job out there reporting. And so we'll come back. Oh, wow, we might have some video coming in of JJ being found. Hold on, stand by. Yeah, we do. All right, everybody, stand by. I've just been alerted to some new video coming in. All right, I just looked at the video. It's video from a distance. You can't see too much, but it will be on WFLA.com. Apologies. We want to get back to our comments here in the stream center. And we'll show Eagle. Hernando County. You guys are incredible, man. It's just awesome the amount of volunteers that showed up this morning. Hernando County really deserves a moment just to spotlight how amazing those people were. More than 500 volunteers showing up just to dedicate their time to help in the search efforts. It's just everyday folks wanting to be part of the solution, wanting to help out law enforcement. That's what it's all about. Hernando County, incredible. Let's get to some comments. Again, I want to just spotlight as many hashtag AJB questions and comments. Oh, so we might have a picture now. Is it on Facebook? Let's see. Hernando Sheriff, Facebook. That way I can get it to it quicker. I've had their Twitter page up all day, but maybe they're just posting stuff to Facebook. Let's see if we can find this. Yeah. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry, everybody. Why didn't they tweet this out? See? There aren't enough tabs that I can have open at once. So everyone, please forgive me. Missing toddler located by volunteer. Missing toddler Joshua J.J. Rowland has been located by one of our volunteer searchers. Everyone, please, if you were screaming at the live stream, pay attention to Facebook. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. People say in the stream center, why don't you have more screens? No, they never say that. They say, why do you have so many? Well, I need as many as possible to access all of these different accounts at once. But what I would like to do now is I would like to show everybody my computer screen. Let's see this here. And show everybody. Yeah. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Check this out. Oh, wait, hold on. Can't do it yet. Stand by. Now I believe I can. Awesome. I will read this and then show you the photo. Missing toddler located by volunteer searcher. Missing toddler Joshua J.J. Rowlands, located by one of our volunteer searchers. JJ is doing well considering he has been out in the elements all night. He's being transported by paramedics so he can be checked over. We have attached a photo of the rescue. And then here is the photo. Okay, so you can see those might be some gnarly bug bites, and he might need some ointment. He also looks like he might have some scratches from being in the wilderness, but he looks like he's got a bit of a smile on his face, or at least a look of relief on his face, right? Hey, there's the Batman shirt we've been talking about. I must have said Batman shirt 40 times yesterday, maybe another 40 this morning. And then the dark gray shorts that he was wearing as well. This man can, I have sound effects. I never get the chance to use them because it's the news and I'm not supposed to use sound effects, but you know what? This volunteer is a hero. This volunteer is a hero. Can we get some love in our comment section for this volunteer? Absolutely extraordinary that that somebody who just woke up this morning and wanted to do the right thing, headed over to the sign up and volunteered to search for JJ, actually found JJ alive and well, other than some scratches and maybe some bug bites and a little bit of a frightening experience. Absolutely extraordinary. And so, gentlemen, I tip my hat to you. Someone get this guy a beer. Someone get him a red cherry slushie that he can enjoy with JJ. Just so cool. So cool. And such a relief. So big thank you to our commenters for pointing that out. They did not tweet this out. This is only on the HCSO Facebook page. Exactly the type of stuff that you love to see. Eagle 8 HD is still canvassing the area, showing us what's going on, documenting what's going on the ground. But I want to get back to your comments. Christina, thanks for pointing that out, by the way, and our other commenters. Bottom line says hashtag KJB, buy that volunteer some ice cream. Let's thank this man for a job well done. I said a beer. Ice cream, I'm sure, also great. Just really cool. Isn't it refreshing, you guys? How many live streams have we done together, all of us, especially those who watch a majority, if not all, of the live streams we do here in the Stream Center? How often are you you wish for that, you pray for that happy ending, and it so often it doesn't come, and this time it did. It's just absolutely awesome to see so much joy in our comment section. Our comment section is usually littered with questions and observations, and it's usually death, destruction. It's usually awful, some of the subject matter here in our chat. But to be able to share news like this is just makes your heart feel good. Michelle says, hashtag AJB, looks like JJ has a guardian angel. Yeah. Super cool. Ashley, hashtag AJB, this could happen to any of us by complete accident. We can't be quick to judge. Kids are quick. Hopefully this story will bring awareness. Ashley, I want to really emphasize your last statement, your last sentence. Awareness is so key. How many parents are watching this today and yesterday and are now evaluating, just asking some questions, some fundamental questions about how they would act given this situation, this nightmare that happened in their life, and asking questions about whether they have cameras, located on their home, and whether or not awareness is such a big component for this, Ashley, and I'm glad you brought it up. Thank you. I see some comments about WFLA Now coverage. Really appreciate it. Our live streaming platform here is very unique. Some would call it a crazy experiment for us to be able to go live online, nonstop, commercial free. Not too many news stations do that, but really appreciate it. It's the only reason that we are allowed to be able to do this is because people watch. If you guys didn't watch on whatever platform you're watching on right now, this experiment would have been wrapped up a long time ago, if you want to call it an experiment. We feel like we have really tried to use this platform for good, and really a big part of it is trying to use our ability here at WFLA with WFLA Now to spread good information on a platform that is oftentimes riddled with gossip, speculation, and unreliable information. Georgina says, hashtag KJB, this guy's most likely a grandpa. You can be a grandpa, it could be a grandma, could be an aunt, an uncle, a cousin, don't matter to me. I like, what, Georgina? I like guardian angel. Someone said that earlier, and I like that. I like guardian angel. I think that gentleman has a permanent spot at the Thanksgiving table. Yeah. Dennis says, hashtag KJB, we all love a happy ending and good coverage. Yeah, we all love, thank you. Sommer, yes, smiling is great, and saying that there's too much bad news in the world today. JJ's in his mama's arms, made me cry happy tears. I know his family is absolutely overjoyed. Yeah, I went off camera to shed a tear for a moment. Can you just imagine? The lives of these parents would have been decimated. How do you ever move past that?
I feel like those were family members.
There are some families in this country that have lost children at that age. And, you know, my heart breaks for those families today. I wonder if there's anybody watching right now that that experienced a level of tragedy. I mean, I'm sure that people watching right now are just overjoyed that we have this ending, but also too, it's at the same time, it makes you think about the other parents out there in this country and elsewhere who have lost kids at that age, and the heartbreak that they experience. It's a relief that we can really rally around this story, and as Alberta's saying here, it's not often we get this outcome. Let's cherish this moment. It's a powerful moment. And it's a moment that reminds us that there are good people in the world. 500 people showing up to help search, and one of those human beings that woke up this morning found this kid just because he wanted to do the right thing. There's good people in the world, folks. Let's just cherish these moments, because we cover so many moments in the news where it does not end this way, and it can really gnaw at you, and be difficult to process when it's just negative one after the other. So cherish this moment. This is a great moment. And it might look, and it might seem like a small thing in the grand scheme of things. Years from now, it might seem small. A 2-year-old that was missing for, about 24 hours or so. And, but right now, this moment, nothing else matters to me in this moment. There's nothing else that matters to me, news-wise, in this moment. I don't care about what's going on in any other corner of the country or in the world. I just care about this right now. And I feel like others are probably feeling the same thing. So I'm really, really so proud and so grateful. And also for law enforcement to organize these efforts, and what they did can't be understated. So it's just a huge thank you to the volunteers. It's a huge thank you to law enforcement. Just awesome. Mary Girl Moody, #HJB. Please remind people we are all human beings and not perfect machines. We all make mistakes we wish we could change. True. Parents make mistakes. Parents make mistakes. Happens. And so I can almost guarantee it won't ever happen again, given what this family has been through. But we're all imperfect creatures. And we all have made mistakes. Every one of us, parents or otherwise. Just grateful that this is one that produced a happy ending, and also produced a learning moment for all of us. All of us. You can't watch this and not think, how do I learn from this experience? Every one of us can learn from this experience in one way or another. If you were one of the people online that were pointing a finger at somebody connected to this story, you have something to learn from this. If you were somebody who's just automatically assumed that this was going to, end tragically, you have something to learn from this. If you're a parent who hasn't really thought about the safety or the security of your home of late, maybe you have something to learn from this. Here in the media, I've been thinking over the last 24 hours, how can I be better? How can we be better? It's just a learning moment for all of us, but also a moment that we can cherish and celebrate because of how rare it can feel at times for us to get this kind of an outcome. I will stay live until noon. So you got me for another 10 minutes, folks, just because I want to cherish this moment for as long as we can. Good news is rare. It feels like, when we're covering this type of a story. So we'll do 10 more minutes. Christina says, my son passed away at JJ's age. I'm so happy that his family got a happy outcome. Well, I'm so sorry for you, Christina, and also for you to have a moment of happiness that this happened. That's very special, and thank you for sharing. Marina, #HJB. The silver lining in this is at least this was not a kidnapping. I think people automatically just assume that there is some sinister act that is a component to this whole story. And people immediately assume that if a child has disappeared, the child was snatched. I understand, because we're so, our brains are so tuned to think about other comparable situations, and you remember the stories of kidnappings and abductions because our brains can't really comprehend and grasp who would snatch a 2-year-old off the street, who would steal a human being, who would steal someone else's child. But it does happen, and you can't fathom as to why it would happen. So it sticks in our minds. And so when we hear about a story like this, we fear the same outcome. But it's not always apples to apples. It's not always the same outcome, the same story, the same circumstances. So it's a learning experience in that respect as well. But I'm grateful that it was not a kidnapping, and I'm grateful for the fact that JJ was found alive. Rocky Renee, hashtag HJB, from a mama who has had a little one pass. My heart is singing with praise for this outcome. What a blessing sweet JJ and his family have received. Yeah, it's awesome. Busy B, hashtag HJB, big shout out to law enforcement and volunteers. Big shout out to volunteers who found him safe, to the volunteer who found him safe and well. Was crying with happiness when JJ was found safe and well, from Scotland in the UK. How cool is that? International audience following this story in small town USA, Hernando County, Florida. Why do people choose to follow this around the world? I think it's because if you're a parent, the thought of your child being missing for an extended period of time is something that quite literally turns your insides inside out, makes you feel crippled with panic, that thought. And so for this family to experience this, it's relatable because a lot of parents will tell stories. I remember I had a story from when I was a kid. I think 2. I'll have to ask my mother when this happened, how old I was. I think it was a little bit older than 2. But my mother and family took me to Sesame Place when I was a kid. It's outside Philly, I think. And it's a theme park. It's like a Sesame Street themed theme park. And I wandered off as a kid. And that was very frantic because of a lot of people. And I was gone for maybe 5 minutes or less. Very brief, not nearly as long as this. But my mom tells the story as it was the worst or the most terrifying 5 minutes of her life because it was a theme park that was very busy, hundreds if not thousands of people, and I was a little kid and I wandered off. And so I bring up this story for a very specific reason. So many parents have had experiences where even for moments they lose track of where their child is. I've seen it happen at the beach. You ever been at the beach and all of a sudden you'll hear a parent scream out because all of a sudden a child wanders off, and at a beach it's scary because you're automatically thinking as a parent, oh my God, is my child in the water? Is my child caught up in a riptide or something to that effect? And so many parents can relate with a child being missing for a short period of time. And it doesn't matter if you're in Scotland, doesn't matter if you're in China, Australia, Africa, name any continent, name any country on any continent. Doesn't matter where you are, it's relatable because every parent wants the safety and security of their child. A couple other comments before we get going. Yeah. Which one? Oh, on 7? Okay. I'm being told that the volunteer who found JJ will be making an appearance. This is why we stay on stream just a little bit longer sometimes. You never know what you're going to find out. So stand by. I think they're setting up now for an interview with the volunteer who found him. How about that? All right. Everyone, you're about to meet the guardian angel who found JJ. How about that? How about that? So they're setting up for now this this interview with the media. Sorry, I did not know my tie was that far down, folks. Just fixing myself up after an eventful last 45 minutes. We'll be wrapping up our live stream with this interview, by the way. So as we wait for this interview to take place, Meme Guy, we'll go to more hashtag AJB comments. Meme Guy says the volunteer's name is Mr. Hero. You like that? Mr. Hero, Guardian Angel, we're all... But there he is right there. That's him because we've seen him in the photograph. There he is with his walking stick. And let's listen. Let's see if we can bring up audio here.
The man of the year here in Hernando County. He's the gentleman who found little JJ. We were just talking, and both of us were getting a little emotional because I guess little JJ climbed onto him and didn't want to let go.
Can't imagine who he's talking to. When he comes over to the microphones, I'll disappear. We'll all listen in here together. But let me just, again, remind our audience, this is a gentleman who woke up this morning and just wanted to do the right thing and volunteered to be part of the search efforts and found this young. He deserves a lot of credit, as do all the volunteers do. Any one of the volunteers could have found JJ, but this is the one who did. And it's just really special. You can see around his ankle, he's got that do not cross tape. That was what they were using to identify who was an approved and vetted volunteer. Let's get to some other comments as we wait for him to come on over. This will be, I've just been informed this will be News Channel 8's Annie Mapp doing this interview, participating in this interview as it takes place here live out of Hernando County. I can't bring up the comment because it doesn't have hashtag AJB. Neil, but Neil has a comment in our YouTube live comment section saying, give him the key to the city. It's not a very big city. Brooksville is not a very large town. But yeah, give him the key to Brooksville.
He was supposed to go fishing today.
Just buy this guy a beer, or as somebody noted in our comment section, buy him a red slushie to match the red slushie that we know that is in JJ's future.
I believe so. A lot of our guys know him, so. Oh wow. Okay.
Andrea Miller says, "Love this." Hashtag KJB. Can we get this man a check for a steakhouse? One selfless act saved a toddler and a family from turmoil. I am sure that this man here is gonna have a difficult time being able to pay for anything within the next few days. But I appreciate all the love out there and all the people that just want to pay it forward. And it's pretty incredible. He says, God bless this man and those who helped him or helped in finding the little one. Autumn says, superheroes, not all weird. Okay, so we can confirm that now. Okay, great. So we just got word in. Everyone, I want you to meet Roy Link. This was the comment that we got initially, but we had to get it approved, and we just did. We have a process here in the journalism industry to, of course, approve and vet information. But we can confirm now. This is Roy Link. Common
So
spelling.
who else do we have over there?
R-O-Y-L-I-N-K. And he was the link.
Ken's here.
I had to. Yes, I had to. He was the link to finding JJ. And the link that we prayed for, and the missing link that we received in the form of him waking up this morning as a volunteer and being out there and helping in the search efforts. He has agreed to do an interview in the aftermath of this phone call when he gets off the phone here. So, yeah. A lot of love for Roy. I don't know Roy's story. I don't know what his life has been like. I know nothing about Roy, but I appreciate him in this moment, as I'm sure all of you do. Because what he did was provide us with this joyous moment, a moment that I can't wait to go home and talk with my family about. It's one I can't wait to go and talk with my colleagues here at WFLA about off camera, and we can all just kind of smile and breathe a sigh of relief. It's just extraordinary. And it's because volunteers like Roy signed up this morning, and as I noted, it could have been any volunteer, could have been any deputy, could have been any officer, but it happened to be Roy. And that's just special in and of itself. So we're gonna take a moment to celebrate that. Our comment, I love our commenters, man. Mojo says, #KJB, take all the time you need on the phone, Roy. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. You could be on that phone for as long as you want. We're gonna wait here to hear what you have to say. That's great. You guys make me laugh sometimes. Really cool. Teresa says, yeah, probably an honorary member of the family. Honorary member to little JJ. Really cool. Kathy says, or Kathy's World says, #KJB, I think Roy just became an adopted grandpa. It's pretty cool. The sheriff's office representative talking to Roy now. Caddy is wondering, is there a way that he's doing another media appearance? Is he on the phone with somebody right now? Stephanie said, oh, yeah, come on. The link pun. Guys, it was meant to be. It's meant to be. Roy was meant to be. Roy, speaking here live. Let's listen in.
Step up to that microphone right there. All right, folks, this is Roy Link. He's one of our volunteers, and actually the volunteer who found Joshua today. So he can tell you he'll answer any questions you have for him.
Okay, basically, I guess I was just out here like everybody else, volunteering for the search. I actually had my boat hooked up to my truck this morning. I was going fishing. Something told me, no, got to do this. So I was, in the right place at the right time. Like I said, I'm a former Marine, but also I'm a former county employee. 32 years with Hernando County Parks Department as a supervisor. And just all this stuff, I knew Ernie Weaver Park real good, so I came in from that direction and headed south. And I went across a field of grass. I came up on some woods, and I listened good. I heard like a whimpering kind of noise, and at that point I was like, there's no other kids here. It's got to be JJ. So sure enough, I went in the woods, and about 100 feet from where I was at, I think he was in some stickers. There's a lot of stickers and all there, but he was happy to see me. He put his hands up, and he was real happy. And then he wanted mom. He started hollering for mom. But the deputy showed up. I guess I made a friend real quick because he hung on to me. He didn't want to go to anybody, until his parents showed up. So it's just a blessing in disguise. It could have been anybody here, but gotta thank the Lord. That's number one.
Just what was your reaction, being a part of this search, something that you originally didn't have planned to do, and then
Right.
seeing, you know, that little boy.
Yeah, it you know, it's so many emotions, I guess, you know. I would say who wouldn't get emotional, you know, with that situation, but I was just so happy I found him, so happy he was alive and well, you know, and just seeing the parents reunited with him, and I just couldn't ask for a better day, a better outcome, and I'm just pleased with all these people that showed up. You know, it could have been anybody, just happened to be me.
What was the look on his face when he saw you?
He seemed, he wasn't smiling, but he was happy. And he put his hands up in the air for me to come get him, you know. So I was calling his name, and I just started saying, "Your mom's coming," because I didn't want to scare him. But that didn't seem to scare him. He was happy when I picked him up. And like I said, I think he was in some briars, so he didn't want to go any further. But he was standing up, and he looked like he'd been hiking for a while, so maybe he'll end up being my hiking buddy when he gets older.
As a Marine, does it shock you how a 2-year-old could survive out there for 24 hours?
It is. It really is. Yes. You know, you probably wouldn't find a lot of adults that would stay out there in the middle of the night, and you know, who knows what's out there. I mean, we have, you know, coyotes and bobcats and that type of stuff, and but I'm sure being 2, he had to be scared, you know, especially during the night. But he seemed in good spirits. He, you know, he wasn't didn't seem to be any danger. You know, I saw the scratches on his legs and his arms, and you know, I took a picture with me and his family, his parents and him, and he was just happy. He was happy, happy to be back.
How thankful are you that, you know, instead of going on that fishing trip this morning, you decided to spend your time searching for this son?
Yeah, I'm very thankful. You know, it's I think a lot of people here probably felt the same way, you know, and I don't know, I figure I'd go fishing anytime, but you know, I need to come out and help everybody, and I know the area good. Being a 3rd generation here in Brooksville, I've got this county pretty figured out, so it was just great, you know. I'm sure the Lord told me to be here.
Did you speak to his parents at all?
I did, yes. I was in the ambulance with them, and they insisted on taking a picture with me, and of course they hugged me, the whole family, grandma, cousins, everybody. And you know, like I said, you know, it's just my lucky day, you know, our lucky day, I should say. It's everybody's lucky day, and I'm just glad I was a part of it.
And what exactly did you say that you heard that made you walk in that direction where you found
It was almost a whimpering noise, but he didn't really seem to be crying. It was almost like the verge of crying, but he was just kind of making some childhood noises, you know, nothing like he wasn't screaming or crying that he had any major problems. And as soon as he see me, you could almost see him light up, you know, and as soon as I seen him and his hair, I'm like, that's him. And so of course I jumped on 911, and it's kind of hard because I was trying to, you know, keep him calm, you know, instead of trying to. So another gentleman, I yelled at him and said, "I've got him." So he come, and I gave him my phone and said, you know, will you talk to 911? So that's kind of where we're at. Within minutes, we were loaded with deputies, and you know, everybody was just thrilled to death that I've seen that this ended so great, you know, really.
Can you describe the area kind of around him?
Yeah, you know, where I went, I came into a real wooded area over at Ernie Weaver Youth Park, which is just north of here. And I come through, and then I come to a big pasture, kind of like the one right behind you. And, you know, there's different areas that you could go. I looked to the right, and I could see Cobb Road, the truck route down here. So I decided to go straight, and off to one side, I seen a couple things they use on fields for fertilizing, big water tanks and all they use. And I was like, well, let me go check that, make sure he's not around there, you know. So I did. I came back over to where I was at, and here I'm trying to decide which way to go, and I kind of looked in the area as though this is where I'm going, and that's where I heard him. And he was 100 feet away is about it. And so, you know, I'm sure everybody here was wishing somebody found them. I just happened to be the guy, so, you know, I'm no hero or nothing else. It just was my lucky day.
Lifelong friend, huh?
Oh yeah, yes, for sure. Yep, I got to meet back up with him. Yeah. But
Thanks for talking.
we're good. Sure, absolutely, absolutely. Y'all take care.
hiking buddies for life. I'm not crying. You're crying. Awesome from Roy Link. Just a guy who was going to wake up this morning, a former Marine, as I noted on YouTube. After he said it, former area is waving at the camera there. What a story he has to tell. Was going to go fishing and decided, water's not going anywhere. Fish aren't going anywhere. Maybe I can do the right thing and help out with these search efforts. And he found this boy. Just incredible. Roy, you could tell, it meant a lot to him. He choked up there. Just really cool to see somebody who is so humble, as Justine is noting in our comment section, somebody who is so humble and, said it could have been any one of us as far as the volunteers go, and it just happened to be him. He said that he was coming across some brush when he heard some about 100 feet away, someone whimpering, and he saw the curly blonde hair, and he knew right away that was him. Called 911. Had some, yes, as we reported, he had some marks on him, but mostly okay. Just incredible. Just incredible. Any final comments? Anybody want to give Roy some shout out? Man, Tyler, yes. Hey, Tampa Bay Rays, you watching? Let's get Roy to throw out the first pitch of a Rays game coming up at the Trop. Let's do it. Former Marine. I'm serious. We're sending this to the Rays. Former Marine who would have gone fishing on any other day, but decided to take his time to volunteer to find this missing 2-year-old right here in the Tampa Bay area, and found him after the boy was missing for 24 hours. Doesn't get better than that. So yeah, let's do something for Roy. That's incredible, and it's a great idea, Tyler. Fingers crossed that maybe we can make that happen. That would be really cool. Bottom line says U.S. Marines everywhere saluting Mr. Roy for our mission accomplished. Gemma the Super Kitty, he's a legend. Ashley caught a 2-year-old fish named JJ with a laughing emoji here. Hey man, Bass Pro Shops. Anybody know anybody over at Bass Pro Shops? Let's look him up. Let's get him some new fishing gear. Let's get him something awesome. Let's just, the internet. We can rally behind good stuff. Good causes. Anyone from Bass Pro Shops paying attention? Just really incredible. We might be getting a little carried away, but Sheena says, #HeyJB Roy 2024. That's funny. Good to smile a little bit and laugh a little bit on stream as well. If you see Roy around town in Hernando County, in Brooksville, and Spring Hill, in any section of town, if you see him fishing, if you say, "Hey, are you Roy Link? Are you the guy that found missing 2-year-old JJ?" Just at the very least, you could just shake his hand. I think that would mean a lot to him. But at the same time, yeah, if there's if people out there believe in paying it forward, you have a great opportunity to do so if you ever see Roy around town. Folks, that's going to wrap up our live coverage here on WFLA Now. Please just allow me to explain that our live streaming coverage is made possible through you, our commenters here that join us as we're here live in the WFLA Now Stream Center. This is very much a new thing in the news industry, what we do, as far as being able to provide people with live coverage online nonstop for the stories that you really care about. We've given this type of story treatment to so many other types of stories, but we are always paying attention. We would really love feedback from you and directly to the station. So if you ever have any ideas, and any stories that we should be on top of, please email us at WFLA and let us know exactly what you think we should be on top of. You can also follow me on social media. I'm at WFLAJB on every platform. Let me just really quickly plug these, if I may, from Facebook to Twitter to Instagram to TikTok. All these platforms where I try to share unique content on all those different platforms. But if you really do, if this coverage really resonated with you, or if you have a suggestion, critiques, good, bad, doesn't matter what it may be, things that we can do to improve, stories you think we should be covering, different shows that we can do. And this is our headquarters for Tracking the Tropics, our show on hurricanes. This is our headquarters for Run for Fun, which is Lee Span's show about all the great areas that there are to run in the Tampa Bay area and how great it is to stay active. We have a lot of other shows in here as well. If you each should be doing a type of show, a different story, suggestions for me. If you thought that my tie was crooked the entire time, he said, hey, JB, straighten your tie, get it together. Anything, big or small, we are listening to you guys. And we would like for you to alert the station. I'll see if I can give you guys an email address, if I may, really quickly, to provide. Hold on a second. Yeah, so we're gonna find out what that email address is. I usually have it on my notes, but I'll pass that along here to you. I just want to make sure I give you guys the correct email address and not the wrong one. So yeah, we're gonna be hopping off stream here momentarily, but this is a very crucial component to how we end our streams, to let you know how this operation works, because it's very unique. There aren't too many local news stations in the country that have a streaming operation like we do. Most of the time when you watch your local news, it's a summation of the day's events, and usually the very most that you can spend on a news story is a couple minutes at a time. We bounce around to different counties and different areas, different neighborhoods, and different stories, whether it's political, whether it's crime, whether it's sports, whether it's weather. And so WFLA Now, what we do is focus on one significant story that we think matters really to you, but we can't do it without your feedback. It's so important to the operation here that we get feedback on my performance, on how I'm doing, how we can do better overall, the stories that we should be covering, and the different shows that we should be doing. Do you think that we should be doing a show about insert topic here? I mean, we're actually, as of Tuesday, launching a brand new show in this space, one that I'm not directly involved in. I'm helping oversee, but there's some exciting stuff that we do in this room. So really hope that that we get some feedback, and I'll try to provide folks with that email address as soon as possible. But really, any feedback, feedback will be invaluable to us, so that we can always do the very best with our operation here. I'll stay on stream for another 90 seconds. I'm just waiting for one of my team members to give us that email. Trying to get a hold of our team. Our team is very confused. They didn't understand my question. I think everyone is still just completely overjoyed by the fact that we had a happy ending to this story, and it's so great to see. I'm just reading some final comments here before we wrap up our live stream. from one of our great moderators, #KJB, for seeing this story through such a positive outcome. I wish more stories had a happy ending. Yeah, me too. Me more happy endings. It's just, I wish it wasn't so rare. Wish we had more happy endings. And big thank you to our great moderators. Michelle, Team Brittany, Bug Love. You guys are awesome. Those are our YouTube moderators. Team Brittany, Bug Love. I saw Michelle at some point. Our moderators do an extraordinary job as far as keeping our comment section clean and respectful and on topic, free of spam, so on and so forth. So thank you guys. You guys are a huge part of what we do. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought it was. Okay, let me make this clear. News at WFLA.com. I wish I knew it was that simple. I believe I did, but news at WFLA.com. To people that are still watching this live stream, we're about to wrap up, but your feedback is so important, and so please provide us with any feedback. It informs us on the stories that we should be on top of, the shows that we should be doing, and what you think of the performance of our entire operation here. So really, news at WFLA.com. If our moderators could please point that out, feedback to email. You can email news at WFLA.com. That would be terrific. Whether it's good, bad, otherwise. Really appreciate you guys. Guys, thank you so much. So grateful that you were able to spend a portion of your day with us here in the WFLA Now Stream Center. There's more questions to be answered with this story, but really we answered the big ones, and there was no question bigger than where is JJ and is he okay? The answer is JJ was about half a mile to a mile away, and he survived, and he was out there, and he was found alive. And he's been reunited with his family, and he was found by a volunteer by the name of Roy Link, a former Marine who could have been fishing, but decided to put off fishing for another day so that he could be part of this this incredibly happy ending. Thank you so much for joining us here, everybody, on stream. You can follow me at WFLAJB on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Thanks so much, and we'll see you next time on WFLA Now. Someone get JJ a pretzel, a red slushie, immediately. Just immediately get that kid a slushie, some French fries, and a pretzel. Big shout out to everybody who helped us. Chris Martinez, Lee Spann, Amanda Holly, who's over here as well. The entire WFLA team, Beth Russo, Annie Mapp. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time on WFLA Now.